And welcome back. This is the Legislative Priorities Committee. They are back in session, and they have firmed up some of the wording for the suggested legislative priorities of the 15. They're starting with protect the electric grid, and that is they are now formulating some additional language, but this is written by Senator Bob Hall and is well received. So I'm going to be handing it over to the committee.
Adopted protecting the electric grid as the topic we're going to present. Any other discussion? Yes, we're going to go here, and then we'll come back.
With respect, Mr. Hall has asked that his name be removed.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
Cope, Shelby.
Tom Novis,
Yeah.
7. Just grammatical. Is man-made one word, or is there a hyphen there?
I'm an engineer. So,
I don't know who our English major
no, I'm joking. So, yeah, as far as grammar goes, please, whoever's,
Hold on. I think you should have a space. Man-made.
is it
No.
2 words? Is it hyphen, or is
I
it
think
1
the
word?
hyphen is best.
I think a hyphen works.
Yeah, hyphen always is safe.
It doesn't give me. Let me look on the phone right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, we're discussing that right now. I just want to make sure. No, I'm going right here.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, I think that Senator Hall deserves our due respect for the years of work that he's put in, and he is focused on our electric grid. And during the winter months in February, the winter weeks in February, we experienced the issues with our electric grid. So I prefer that we remain focused on the electric grid.
Thank you. Thank you. Others, yes, please.
I just want to understand what you're saying better, because I understood that there was no change in the title and that you were just saying to put a period, and instead of actually only limiting listing, which I always try to avoid doing, that he's saying by, to be able just a few more inclusive words by starting that new sentence. So can you clarify that?
My only concern is that I don't know that we having legislative priority language.
Well, what was the exact wording that you were talking about changing? And clarify, you were not talking about changing the title at all, right?
No.
No, okay.
We could.
I don't even want to go there. So what?
Just say secure the integrity of Texas electric energy production and delivery with abundant, reliable, and resilient energy facility, period. And then say something like that includes ensuring that the Texas grid will withstand any event.
Or just includes ensuring, and eliminate by and put includes, start a new sentence there?
Right.
That's what you're actual asking? Okay.
I think that we can do that by, if everyone's agreed to it, just put the period after resilient energy, and then rather than saying by ensuring, just say ensure. And it says the exact same thing, but it puts it in 2 sentences.
I agree.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that change.
Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a suggestion that for purely grammatical issues, we adopt a rule that somebody will clean that up later so that we don't need to spend time deliberating. That having been said, I did look up man-made, and it should be hyphenated.
Okay. Thank you.
Either way on the one I looked up. It's either way.
Mr. Chairman, also,
Okay.
I'm seeing a conflict between the language of Secure and Protect Texans on the Subcommittee 5 tab and the main working document. Can you tell me which is the most recent?
The subcommittee tab.
Thank you.
Can we ask for Senator Hall's input on the change that he?
I think if we're only talking about putting a period after energy, and then making ensure the next.
I think he said includes.
No. I think he's.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I don't think it's needed.
No. Okay. Time out. As I understand, that now what was proposed was just put a period after energy and then capitalize, get rid of by, and then make the first word ensure that the Texas grid, et cetera, et cetera. Is that what the current one is?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no including or anything like that. I just want to make sure. So that's, again, more grammar to me than it is actually changing the intent.
I agree.
So if everybody's okay with that change, then I'll entertain a motion to adopt this language as the language that we are all agreeing to on this particular topic.
Thank you. I move that we adopt the grammatical change.
Okay. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
It should be a period, not an exclamation mark. Although that could, that could work too.
Okay.
Yay! Okay. Now do
14 to go.
Okay.
Now do we adopt it?
Yes, we adopted the amendment, so I entertain a motion to adopt the language as written, both the title and the resolution language for this particular priority.
Second.
Moved, seconded, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, the next one we're going to move to is eliminate property tax. That's the next one for Subcommittee 1. Eliminate property tax and ancillary tax. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to present this one.
Please.
Okay. We settled on the language eliminate property tax, and the resolution reads eliminate property tax and ancillary taxes such as franchise taxes and replace with a consumption tax not to exceed 10% cumulatively.
Okay, folks, the floor is open for discussion. Yes.
First off, I have to identify I was in a minority on the committee, but this is a free lunch statement, unfortunately, because almost all cities are currently capped at 8.25% sales and consumption tax, and a 10% cap on that is simply unrealistic, would not even come close to replacing the lost revenue or any reasonable expectation of reduced spending. And I think, frankly, the legislators would toss this in the trash. And I would therefore move that there be a period after the word tax and then not to exceed 10% cumulative be stricken.
Okay, yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we had a healthy debate about this in the subcommittee. This is something about which I'm considered a subject matter expert, and the plan that was first put forth in the 2013 legislative session had a consumption tax as the alternative method of replacing both sales tax and property tax. And I've spent hours and hours poking holes in the overall plan for this. It's viable. It's going to take some runway. But the idea, the reason we can get it below 10% or around 10% is because right now the property tax, which just sucks the soul out of most Texans lately, is almost the only means of taxation for local government. The state of Texas gets its 6.25% sales tax. Municipalities can tack on an additional 2% if you're in a city like Plano, like I am. Half of all of our sales tax goes straight to the DART system, which is another soul-sucking issue. But by moving to a consumption tax system, all those local governments around Texas open up a tax base that just doesn't exist under our current system. And the response we've heard for several sessions from the legislature when saying just get rid of the property tax system and just don't replace it with an income tax is, well, that's too broad, that's too vague, I can't do anything with this. And so they don't. So we need to, in my opinion, address two things. We need to address both the delegates. It has to be understandable to them and resonate with them so that in this succinct statement, they know what we're talking about, and it has to preempt at least the biggest objections by the legislature. So I've reviewed the plan to do this inside and out, and I'm happy to spend several hours with anybody who would like to discuss it. But this is not the time for that, but I assure you that this is a viable plan, and it can be done within 10 years.
Mr. Chair, we had a motion on the floor.
Yes. Yeah, no, I think that we have a motion on the floor, and then we're open discussion on that motion.
Well, only if there's a second. If there's no second.
Okay.
Senator Betancourt testified before this committee about reducing or eliminating property tax, and he
Yeah,
indicated...
speak into the mic, please. A little closer to the mic. Thank you, sir.
He indicated that it would be a 21% consumption tax to be financially viable. And that's why I was calling it a free lunch at 10%. If people know what it really is going to cost, it's a very different proposition.
So,
Right.
do we have a second or not?
Do we have a second on the motion at this point? Yes, please.
I just want to add that Shelby does not have time to explain what a consumption tax is. It's a process tax. It is not a sales tax.
So,
Okay.
We need a second, right?
Folks, at this point, did you make a motion to? Okay, and
It appears that it fails for lack
yeah, lack of a second. Very good. And to remove the whole reference to consumption. Yes, question.
it's just a point from my understanding. Is the consumption tax in addition to the sales tax?
No, the plan that we've been advocating would replace the sales tax. It would not be in addition.
And so it'd just be on broader items, everything from our home to whatever, correct?
Yes, purchased items through the production chain. Now, it's important to understand that this would essentially overhaul our entire Texas tax system, because it was predicated on a property tax 150 some odd years ago in the Texas Constitution. And so it's become dramatically outdated. It doesn't fit our modern world. It's modern day feudalism, in my opinion, because we work our land at the sufferance of the local lord. But it would require a wholesale change of our taxation system, and that would necessitate replacing the sales tax as well.
So I would just say that, and again, probably the wrong place. It sounds great to me. I'm not going to go buy another home, but I think if that gets out in the public, or the thinking out there, that's going to be the thing that's going to strike this, because home acquisition is getting tougher and tougher. So FYI.
Concur. Yes, please.
Just to let you know, the Resolutions Committee has accepted a plank eliminating property tax, and it does mention the consumption tax. So this does align with the plank.
With a plank in the platform. Very good. Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
So I do have reservations about this for our smaller communities that may not have the number of people that they need to make up the difference with the consumption tax. And if I recall, somebody said they believe it was going to take a 21% tax. And so, here we're saying not to exceed 10% cumulatively. So I'm just wondering how many of us are fully familiar with the budget, have crunched the numbers, and A, feel like it's going to work for our budgetary needs, and then B, it's not going to detrimentally affect our smaller towns across the state of Texas who may have one gas station and whatnot. So I guess my question out there is 10% really feasible?
10% is feasible. The 21%, and I've seen figures as high as about 34%, is predicated on fitting the square peg of a consumption tax into the round hole of our current system. So our sales tax and our property tax systems have reams and reams of regulations and code defining how it works. So if you just take that current structure and then try to retrofit it with a consumption tax, you are going to wind up with the dynamic you're talking about, where smaller communities aren't going to have any recourse. You would need a 21% or higher tax rate in order to make ends meet. However, that's why it's important to actually look at this to restructure our tax code and not just apply yet another Band-Aid or tourniquet to an outdated system. And there is a carve-out, by the way, for pure bedroom communities that have no commercial base of any sort, and for border communities along not just our southern border, but with other states.
Okay, members, just for the sake of discussion, and I appreciate that we're actually getting some education and a better understanding of the idea of consumption tax. The fact that we did include a number in there does give some reason to have the discussion on maybe what is that number. So I understand that from there. Please.
I think we need to keep in mind, this is a goal we're telling the legislature we want. If they, they're not going to be limited to 10%. We're just telling them that's what we want them to achieve. It's not, we're not placing constraints on the legislature by this.
Very good.
We're telling them what our goal is.
So one thing we have to realize with these, if we do put that number in there, it doesn't limit the legislators, but it limits the SREC on what bills they can advocate for. So that is something to keep in mind. Are you going to make it so specific that they can only advocate for a bill if it comes up with this percentage in it?
Is the SRC restricted in that to that level?
Yes.
That if it was for a 12%, they could not walk in the door and advocate?
No, because they're being directed by the delegates of the convention on what they can and cannot advocate for, the Legislative Priorities Committee. So if we specifically say it a certain way, that is what they are limited to.
I don't think, in this case, the statement is eliminate property tax and auxiliary tax. No, the such as doesn't really matter. It's the replace part.
Yes, it's the replace part.
It's the replace part, because the replace is not an example. It's do it this way.
Yeah, it's command. It's a command. It's a command.
Another comment over here, please.
Two comments, if I may. We don't want both property tax and another tax, so we're not saying that here. The other thing on consumption,
Mike.
Yeah, right in the mic.
So we're not saying anything about having either or. The point I want to make with Shelby is on consumption, the value-added tax is in there. And I'm very concerned about a value-added tax because it's an invisible tax. Nobody will see it. And if a value-added tax is done, as it's done in other countries, the taxpayers won't see it. I'd like to only have sales tax because they'll see it, and if it gets too high, they revolt. So a hidden tax is I'm afraid of. So consumption has value added in there. That's my point. Thank you.
That's correct. That model is abused and bastardized in many parts of the world, and it bakes in layer upon layer of hidden tax. And that's actually what drove the 10% cumulatively language to say that through any method of taxation, through wherever this goes, it should include no more than 10% total tax. Now, of course, the details of that are going to be in the actual bills that are passed. But that's what we want to direct. We want to say that we're not going to have 10% on 10% on 10%. We want you, the legislature, to figure out how to make this happen so that the tax burden on Texas taxpayers is no more than 10%, no matter where it's going.
Yes, please.
Question. Worst case scenario, the state government doesn't have enough money to provide the goods and services it currently provides, and that's a bad thing, question mark?
Yes, I think to quote the first president I was voted for, it's not that we tax too much, it's that we spend too much.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I just want to speak for this because 10% is what we give to God, and I think it's enough to give to our government.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. There was one aspect of this that I failed to address. Paul, you're right about with the sales tax. There are communities, and I use the Bluebell example. The town of Brenham, where Bluebell Creameries is, has very little retail. A pure sales tax would deprive it of most of its tax base, and it creates a perverse incentive for cities to go gung-ho developing retail to the exclusion of other commercial base.
You just spoke against it, right?
Okay, members, I believe that concludes our discussion. Do I have a motion to adopt the language of the resolution and the title as presented?
I'll make a motion.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Next for SCU Subcommittee 1 was ban taxpayer-funded lobbying.
And Michael, I see you're working from that now. I have actually finished consolidating everything on the spreadsheet, and I've hidden all of the tabs except the one we're working with.
I will replace that language that we work on up here in that document.
That works. Okay, the final one from Subcommittee 1, banning taxpayer-funded lobbying. We did title it Ban Taxpayer-Funded Lobbying because that's what most people have heard in recent years. The language we have is eliminate the use of tax dollars to hire lobbyists or pay individuals or organizations that lobby any governmental entity.
Simple.
Questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adopt this line item.
Make a motion.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. SC2, Subcommittee 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Again, I've got to pause and thank the committee. I've got just an excellent group of people. We also had excellent, if you will, experts join us. They added a lot of value, and I appreciate their time as well. So let's look at the first one. We've retitled, according to how we talked about yesterday, Stop Sexualizing Texas Kids. And so we are combining the one about repeal the Texas code, the obscenity, with the other one. And what we decided to do is to leave the obscenity exemption intact as we wrote it yesterday because we had already done such an excellent job on it. So then our job was to add the other one to it, and so that is what we've done here. So let me read it. Repeal Texas Penal Code Obscenity Exemption 43.24C and 43.25F 2 through 3, which allows children access to harmful, explicit, or pornographic materials or sexual performance of a child under the guise of education. That, I believe it really should be a period there. The new sentence, in addition, prohibit teaching, exposure, and or discussion of sexual matters, mechanics, feelings, orientation, or gender identity issues, and prohibiting use of provisions of related books and other materials. So I want to go back to the top part. We felt it was important to go in and specifically strike that language in the for the obscenity exemption. We think that handles it, and then the second one comes in and just complements it and picks up the other area.
Yes, question.
I would like to add, and I don't care where in the paragraph it gets added, before, during, or after school, on or off premises.
So let me speak to that. We kind of talked about some language like that. Number one, we're afraid of too many words. We feel like we're on the long side as it is. I'm not opposed to that, but and then secondly, when you're looking at the penal code, it's going after something specific, and we wanted to stay within the subject matter of that. I don't think it limits it to the school hours necessarily, Debbie, did you have any input on that?
It leaves it illegal everywhere.
Yeah.
So I think that we would be restricting it when we start to list. I try to stay away from lists.
Yeah, over here.
That's what I was going to say. In the committee, we actually looked at the penal code, and it specifically criminalizes it everywhere with that exception. And so we're trying to get rid of that exception.
Okay, very good. Yes, right.
What's the intent of the italics around identity? Why do that?
Microphone.
Sorry. The identity quotes around it, what's the intent?
It's titled.
Parentheses.
I think that's the way it's titled in the chapter.
He's talking about that mechanics.
He's talking about the parenthetical.
Why identity
Down
in
below.
italics?
Oh, okay.
In the parenthetical, why did we put the quote marks around identity?
Just, I'd like to understand the intent to that.
Well,
Please.
And I guess, let me go ahead and say this. This was in our original committee, the sexual, what was the title of that prior?
Sex education.
Sex education. So we don't know all that they did. We were trying to, our goal was to capture what they had already worked on, take down the words, and make it fit with this other one. And so I can't really comment on that.
Makes good sense.
I think you put the parentheses around that because gender identity is kind of a concept. It's not, it's just, it's kind of an amorphous term, but that's the colloquial term that people use to identify that issue.
To that point, maybe the quotation should start at gender and end after identity.
I would agree. I agree.
Right.
We'd like that
Okay,
changed.
just a moment, one at a time.
Just from a language perspective, there's a little bit, either I'm reading it incorrectly or there may be a little bit of redundancy that we can eliminate. So repeal Texas Penal Code obscenity exemption numbers, which allows children access to harmful, explicit, or pornographic materials or sexual performance of a child under the guise of education. So the children and child there together are making that sentence a little bit confusing to me. And I'm wondering if it would read better, which allows children access to harmful, explicit, or pornographic materials or sexual performance under the guise of education.
I agree. That sounds a lot better.
Go ahead.
I would say the reason we kept the phrase sexual performance of a child is because that's actually the title of the statute in the actual penal code.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering with what Teresa said earlier about SREC advocacy, if we explicitly spell out the title and the section of the code, if that might limit our options if they try to move the air bubble under another section of code. Should we not simply say something like prohibit in the penal code or any code, anything which allows children access, et cetera?
The question, I believe, is the idea of, so they strike it from here, move it to some other place in the code, and all of a sudden.
I think, though.
Just a moment right here, and then we'll go over to here.
It's the obscenity exemption that we have to get rid of. Okay? So we have to leave the penal code in there. We put the two of the sex education with that one. If we take that out, then we're getting rid of that piece of it completely. We have to leave the penal code in there for that reason.
Okay. Question right here.
Microphone, please.
The way a lot of things are handled language-wise is to say including the specifics and not limiting it to that.
Mr. Chairman.
That way
Yes.
you get the specific, and if they play games, you still get that.
Very good. Thank you.
Including but not limited to. Including but not
Including but
limited
not
to.
limited to. Thank you, sir.
I do believe on these priorities, you're going to have some that are going to be very specific, and they're going to have some that are going to be much broader because of the way that the delegates sent in their resolutions to us. And I think in this one, the removing the obscenity exemption has to be very specific because of the reasons we discussed yesterday. Because if we do not remove that, the rest of this doesn't matter. So I think we just have to keep that in mind as we go through these, thinking about what the delegates submitted to us and what we're trying to accomplish with it.
Very good. Yeah.
Okay, the one thing that I'm wondering about is in the language that was proposed by Debbie Simmons, who I consider to be the foremost authority on this in the state. The thing that 3 different people came up and asked us for was to make sure that we put through criminal and civil enforcement measures. And I think that's something that's gotten lost in this, and I move that we add it back.
Which part, are you talking about the obscenity exemption? Or the second part?
Second part.
Okay. I just think we got to be careful of the number of words, but.
I think the words are okay. And somebody was questioning the issue about if it's too narrow. You've made it as 2 separate items. One is get rid of the obscenity section and then also do this. So that's okay as far as my view of how the SRC will treat it.
Okay, very good. So we have, some members, we have a motion on the floor to amend to include through criminal and civil enforcement measures.
Second.
At the end?
Where would it go? Point.
Yeah, I think we've got to have that.
Of information.
I didn't even know
Point of
that was a
information.
motion, actually.
Yes, she made a motion.
All right.
Moment, point of it.
Yeah, like, okay, where exactly would you put that? Just at the end like that?
I think that's what I heard. You can check my language there. It says, and through criminal and civil enforcement measures. Apologies. I have the language adding to the end after materials through criminal and civil enforcement measures. Was that the motion?
That's why we changed the title. The obscenity exemption is what everybody calls that section of the code.
Members, I'm not sure that that particular language actually works, just from the logic of language. And prohibiting the use and provision of related books and other materials through the criminal and civil enforcement measures.
No, with
It works.
criminal. Instead of through, it should say with.
Right. It works. It's just going to make every single one of those things between the commas, you're going to enforce it with criminal and civil enforcement. So you're going to get punished if you do any one of those things. There is going to be a punishment for you. So, I mean, it does work. And I think it's good. It's a deterrent.
I'd like to just add on to your amendment, friendly offer on the second, the line on prohibiting, to change that to prohibit so it parallels with the entire sentence. In addition, prohibit and prohibit versus and prohibiting.
Yeah. Grammar.
Does she accept that?
Accept, yes.
Okay.
Of course she does.
Hey, do we have a second?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second?
Hang on, one other thing. Wouldn't it go better, rather than use the word with criminal, using criminal? So with changes to using.
I like that better. That works.
That was Casey.
Members, yes, and open. We have some lawyers in the room.
I'm sorry. We talked about this particular issue in our subcommittee. If we add this, we're telling the legislature specifically how we want them to handle the issue. If we leave it out, we're leaving it up to them whether they do it through punishments or withholding funding or whatever method that the legislature chooses. That was the difference between, I'm not necessarily opposed to it or against it being in there. That was our reasoning.
I think the concern is that delegates and committee members want teeth behind this, and there's some enforcement measure. So what would your suggestion be to add language that makes sure not only is it prohibited, there's a punishment?
Oh, no, I'm not saying I oppose this amendment. I'm just saying that was the reasoning behind why we didn't have it in there, was we were kind of wanted to leave more room for the legislature to work. But I don't have any opposition to this.
So the amendment that was, friendly amendment that was offered would be to change it to?
With to using.
With to using instead
Yes.
of with. We're going to replace with using. Acceptable to the author. Any other amendments on this language?
I would like to strike criminal and civil.
That's what we just said.
Okay, yeah. So as you can see, he's highlighted.
Because
So-
that leaves room for if they want to use funding, it just gives more leeway. I don't know. It just depends on how strict y'all want to go with this.
Yeah.
So that's just a suggestion.
Okay, go ahead.
So, first of all, I don't like anyone editing anything I did, but I actually like putting the teeth with the criminal and civil. That, like you said, the delegates will understand that. There's so many things we send to the legislature, so many laws, and there's no teeth in it. And I think if it's going to be an adjustment to my work, then yes, this works.
I will withdraw. I withdraw.
Can I make a?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have a friendly amendment to her proposed amendment.
Okay, we have an amendment to the amendment.
Point of order. Was that a friendly amendment that she made?
Was that acceptable to you to strike that?
No, we had already
No,
voted.
it wasn't acceptable to the author.
She didn't get it accepted. She has to accept it. And she
No,
didn't.
yeah, but she did not accept it, so did we need a second for did anybody second?
I'm going to withdraw it.
Okay, thank you. Amendment's withdrawn. Would you still like to amend the withdrawn amendment?
I will make another amendment to the amendment.
Okay,
Add the word after criminal and civil or other enforcement measures.
Is this an amendment to the amendment to the amendment?
yeah, we have another amendment on the floor, was using criminal and civil. The next amendment is or other enforcement measures.
I'd offer
Is that
friendly
acceptable to all?
amendment.
So it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I call the question.
Very good.
I'd offer
Calling
a
the
friendly
question on the
amendment. The word
I'm-
"and"
yes.
should be stricken and a comma inserted.
I've called the question on the amendment.
Yeah, we can handle the grammar later. We can handle grammar.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
grammatically
You need a
incorrect.
comma in place of the and, that's true.
Go between the criminal and civil.
There is a grammatical issue that's been raised, and I think it's correct.
I think he's
Yeah,
right on that.
that
too.
fixes it.
Yep,
That
that's it.
fixes it. Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
It doesn't change the meaning.
Well, you don't
We
need the
don't need
second
the
comma.
Oxford
You don't
comma
need the
there,
comma
though.
before the or.
Correct.
Yeah.
Backspace one.
Get rid of,
Backspace one.
Okay,
Backspace one.
yep, backspace one, get rid of that second
Backspace
comma.
we don't need the comma.
You don't need that comma.
After civil.
And we're going to handle grammar later, right?
Yes.
There you go.
There you go, that's it. That's it.
That's it.
Yay.
Okay. So question's been called, right?
Okay, I'd like to open up debate on the Oxford comma and see if we can discuss that for a moment. Okay, folks, I think we're ready to vote on the amendment. We have the amendment that's been amended. All those in favor of this amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment's been adopted.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Okay, yes. Somebody, yes, please.
Could somebody explain to me use or provision of? What is provision of? Where
Where are you talking about? Where it says prohibit use and provision of related books?
Providing and provision of and providing.
As in electronic providing.
Okay. Handing it to them.
Yeah, I believe it's to provide.
Checking it out to them, whatever.
Yes, sir.
Can someone explain, I understand, which allows children to access harmful, explicit, or pornographic materials. I don't understand or sexual performance of a child. Are you saying that the child's access to sexual performance? Can somebody just explain that?
Sure, I can
Please.
explain that. Yeah. Section 4324 of the Penal Code deals solely with providing pornography to a child. Section 4325 specifically talks about sexual performance of a child, getting the child to do something or doing something in front of a child.
Okay.
So they're two different, it's a subtle difference, but there's a difference.
Another example of my excellent committee.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, I have something over here, and then we'll come back over on this side.
Because they're giving them books that show them how to do things in the libraries. And so I think that's what that's directed at.
Right.
Also acting them out.
Yes.
A book or telling them or acting
Yes,
out.
any of those.
Sorry.
Act out this book.
Do you want me to go first, or?
My 6-year-old doesn't need to know that.
I just have a question. Our subcommittee created the original sex education priority, and we had included to make sure that this included pre-K through 12th grade, because there's no specification on here. And some of the resolutions that we had received only wanted to address this pre-K to 3rd grade. And we thought it was important that this went all the way to 12th grade, because in the state of Texas, the ability to be sexually active is age 17. So really, no pornographic material should be provided to any child under the age of 17.
So, and I'm going to also have my lawyer jump in on this afterwards. We discussed this specific issue. We felt like that limited it to a school environment, and so we felt the word children, there's a definition of what children are, and that there's no limit to where this is applied to. Mr. Or Tom?
No.
Well, if my lawyer down here has any other.
That's absolutely right. The word children is defined in the Penal Code as anyone.
So we purposely did leave that out.
Actually, the Penal Code specifies a child is under 18 because it's a weird thing in the criminal aspect. You can violate a criminal law at 17, but for purposes of civil law, you're not an adult until you're 18. And why there's a difference, I don't know. But that's something you have to ask the legislature. But that's, so actually the word children means anyone under 18.
Okay, so sorry, you guys, my word nerd is coming out. I've already been put on the task of Grammarly edits up here, but I'm going to go back to sexual performance of a child. I understand why it's important for that wording to be included. However, from a reading perspective, this reads, which allows children access to harmful, explicit, or pornographic materials or sexual performance of a child. So we take out that middle part and we read that sentence, which allows children access to sexual performance of a child. And so I'm just suggesting that perhaps there is a better way we can encompass that wording that is clear to those of us who are struggling with it, because the way it flows together right now, I believe we could perhaps word that a little bit better.
I want to address the 12.
So my suggestion, which allows children access to harmful, explicit, or pornographic materials, comma, or sexually, and also, but are we really saying it allows children access to sexual performance of children? Or are we saying which allows children access to these things and opens the door to sexual performance of a child under the guise of education? or
we-
allows for sexual performance of a child or
Point of
indoctrinates
inquiry.
towards.
Could we not put the word "the" in front of sexual or the sexual performance of a child? Which allows,
Okay, so then that would read, which allows children, we're removing that middle part for a second, which allows children access to the sexual performance of a child under the guise of education.
So keep in mind, that whole sentence is in reference to that penal code,
Right.
okay? So I think it's just describing reference to the penal code.
And agree, we need the language. I'm just trying to think of how to say it in a way that several of us have expressed some concern about the wording and some confusion over the wording. So I don't personally think we've nailed it yet.
So just to make it clear, her concern is, for a moment, let me take this out, make that make sense first, and then add in back in what I just took out. Does that make sense? To make that sentence make sense.
Right. So which allows children access to sexual performance of a child under the guise of education. Any suggestions?
I guess I'd go back to 4324 4324 addresses the entire phrase, which allows children access to well, I don't know what it is. It's been changed now. Which allows access to harmful, explicit, or pornographic materials. 4325 is what it deals with sexual performance of a child. So that which allows children access to harmful, explicit is one phrase, or sexual performance of a child is a separate phrase. I don't know how grammatically to fix that.
would we be able to put a
So
number
all
one?
I'm saying is keep in mind that those phrases are describing the penal codes.
Can I,
Members,
I'm
real
over
quick.
here waving.
Yeah,
like,
just
we're over here.
members, very quickly. We do have to remember to consider that this is going to be presented to all the delegates, and if they don't understand what they're being presented, we have to ensure that then we could end up with something not even getting passed. Yes, please.
Would it be possible to move the 43.25 in front of the verbiage that applies to it, to break it up, instead of leaving the two penal codes up at the top, so I can see where that's confusing?
Where then the language shows that it's referenced to the actual penal code
Yeah,
numbers.
so that it doesn't look repetitive, it looks specific to that 43.25.
Okay, very good. And yes, please.
Or we could just add after pornographic materials or allows sexual performance of a child or permits sexual performance of a child. If you add another verb there, then you're not saying allows children access to sexual performance of a child. You've got another verb in there that says this or this.
Yes, please.
I
and
would
then we'll
just propose moving under the guise of education up, and so it would read, which allows, under the guise of education, children access to harmful, explicit, or pornographic materials or sexual performance of a child.
That's clean. It still doesn't fix that problem.
Okay, members, I think let's address first the thought process of taking the numbers and putting them with the verbiage. Please.
I actually, if that was a motion, I would second it and make it read the obscenity exemption 43.24C, which allows children access to harmful, explicit, pornographic materials. And change after those yeah, and get rid of the or. Yeah, get rid of the word or.
I think it needs to be and.
And, yeah, and 43, and get rid of the comma after 2-3. The Oxford. There we go. Yep.
Which
And
permits.
there you go. That's it. Nope. Get rid of the comma.
Which
No.
permits.
No. Oh, well, which? No, that's it.
No.
That's it. That's it.
You need which.
No, no, you don't. No.
It has to be like allows or permits there, no?
Which, okay, 43.24C, which allows access to harmful, and 43 sexual, because that's exactly what 43.25 is sexual performance of a child. That's actually literally the title of the statute.
Okay.
I call the
So
question on the
it's either best to include another which allows, or move the 43.24C to after which allows.
Yeah, it does need which allows, because it's 43F23 allows that.
Yes.
It's
Which
an
allows.
exemption, so which
Allows.
allows. Just
So add which allows.
Okay, that's my
Okay.
friendly amendment. That was.
I didn't make the motion.
Oh, well, that would be my motion. Change that.
Do we have a second on that? Okay. We have a thought on your amendment.
I do have a thought. Just going back to what we discussed on the first day here, this which allows children access harmful, explicit materials. That is the whereas of this, and I didn't think we were doing whereas. We're just trying to get to the meat of everything. So technically, since this explains what's happening that we want to get rid of, we don't necessarily need this language, because that's the whereas of it.
We need it for the
That's
delegates.
That's just my thoughts on it. I'm fine with.
We need it for the
what's on
delegates.
table.
That's what I was going to say. Delegates don't know what Section 4324 is.
I'm not against that line of thinking.
Yeah.
That thing is for that. Yes, please.
If I may trample on some lawyer grounds,
You're welcome to.
the actual wording is sexual performance by a child. If you want to quote you're quoting the code,
You're correct.
it's by a child.
Instead of a.
Yes, okay, I will.
But I'm not a lawyer,
Is
so.
that a friendly?
Friendly amendment is accepted.
friendly amendment? I will accept.
Acceptable to the author. Good.
Yes, I will accept. You're correct.
Okay. So the amendment that was proposed is the changed language here. And we have we had a second. So all those in favor of adopting this amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Yes, please.
Yes, I want to go back to the pre-K through 12th grade. I was also on the original subcommittee that worked on it. It was titled sex education. It is part of school. It is important to note that it is part of the education system. So it really does need to be in there.
The second part says prohibit teaching.
So I have a question on that. What about public libraries? Do we want to exclude that?
Yeah.
Because if
So-
we put specific language for schools in here, then we can have libraries doing this and there's nothing that can be done there.
So I believe in the discussion within the second subcommittee was that by having it general as it is, it actually includes all the applications, whether it's in school, whether it's at the library, whether it's at the Boys Girls Clubs, wherever it is.
That enables the SREC to push any bill that is about sexualizing kids. If not, they are going to be limited to only working on bills that have to do with sex education in the school. Okay, we're not writing legislation here, y'all. We're enabling the SREC, Legislative Priority Committee, to work on legislation. So we want to free them up a little bit to work on any bill that's going to help that.
Okay. Did you have something?
Yeah. Part of the discussion that we had in the committee meeting or subcommittee meeting was we're trying to get ideas, convey our ideas to the legislature, not specifically in trying to give them a piece of legislation to enact. So what our whole purpose is to give them the general ideas and let them determine how we're going to actually how they're going to actually enact the legislation to satisfy our ideas.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So we accept that second amendment, correct? So this is the current language?
Correct.
You know, and it just made me my business background and owning my own business, but this has already been voted on twice. I'm getting wear it out before I can even get to my second one here, so I think it's time to move on.
Yes. So, yes, please.
There was a discussion earlier about moving the quote mark in front of identity over to in
that's
front
true.
of gender. Was that in the form of a motion?
I make a motion to move the quotes around gender identity, not just identity.
To remove those quotes?
No, move the quote, move the quotation.
Oh.
There you go, he got it.
To
I
before
thought we
gender.
settled that, actually.
Okay.
I thought so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense, yeah.
Thank you. No, I think it's...
That's actually more appropriate.
Okay. Yes, I'll entertain a motion to vote on this.
I'll call the question.
Okay.
I thought we already did this.
I thought he did.
We've already accepted this thing once.
Excuse me, what?
Well,
There you go, that's better. Second.
Thank you. We had a motion to adopt the title and language as presented. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? It's adopted.
Yay.
The second one.
This is not how I run my business. but it works.
It works for you.
Yeah, it is a dictatorship. Okay. Number 2, right?
Please.
Protect medical freedom. And so we are actually combining, I believe, 3 items, which include the 10-day rule, and I don't recall the...
Medical tyranny.
Medical tyranny and medical freedom. So, and we've titled protect medical freedom as in general. So 3 of these are put together. So the goal is to capture the concept of all 3, yet at the same time make it simple enough to be carried forward. Okay. All Texans must be completely free to make their own medical decisions and have those decisions followed in all situations, including but not limited to vaccinations, oppose vaccination passports, and my just kicked out, there it is. Okay, oppose life-sustaining treatment, repeal the 10-day rule, and general medical decisions, oppose mask mandates, and protect access to COVID-19 treatments, as well as allowing their doctors to offer alternative treatments without fear of retribution, discrimination, or privacy violations for all persons involved. Is it violations on that?
Yeah.
That one word?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can we get that moved in a little bit so it's not cut off on that, that end?
You can't see the first one.
Yeah, it's cut off on the left by the projector.
It's not the projector, it's what's being sent to the projector. It's the screen is bigger than the projector screen. There you go. There you go. Oh, now it's too long. Yeah. There you go. There you go.
A few seconds to digest that. Yes, please.
I was just wondering, did we want to put anything in here about parental rights when it comes to medical treatment of their children? I mean,
I believe it'll be addressed in the parental rights in that light.
Whoa! I second.
Yes. Wait, let's go over
Should
here,
we-
please.
I just have one question for clarification when it says, in parentheses, oppose mask mandates and protect access to COVID-19 treatments. Is there a or not? Meaning, I know that we want to be able to seek our own doctors to work with our doctors for treatments that we choose. I don't know if that reads that.
I think the intent, and again, actually, I didn't write this part, but I think the intent and the concept is that there's treatment for COVID-19 that we weren't allowed access to. So that was, I believe the intent was to protect that access. Maybe,
Yeah, I think that's understood. Yes, please.
Well, and the free to make their own medical decisions. Their decision might be not to take a vaccine or not to do a treatment, a particular treatment. It could be to take something that's not approved by the FDA or whatever. It's whatever their decision is.
Yes, please.
The word general in there before medical is throwing me off. Why was general added? In general medical decisions. Like we heard from Sarah yesterday and her child that was forced into experimental cancer treatments. Is that what we're trying to avoid? Is
Can you
touching
speak in
those?
the microphone, please?
Yes, I think the point is the general, what does it say, general medical?
Can we just say medical, take general?
Okay, I'd like to make an amendment to remove general. Motion.
Okay, we have an amendment to remove the word general, and we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. We'll remove the general. Okay, please.
Just for my clarification, so to be able to explain to my SD why we have the items in parentheses.
Well, for example, repeal the 10-day rule. That's a very specific phrase that people are familiar with, and it is a reference to, so we say, in life-sustaining treatment, example, repeal the 10-day rule. So the parentheses are examples of the phrase.
Okay, as opposed to putting those examples into a separate sentence at the end?
I think if we take the 10-day rule, we start putting it separate, and we take each of these three items, we're going to end up with a very long phrase or very long sentences. So that was the thought process, is trying to keep it simple, use phraseology that the delegates and the legislature will understand, and still get our point across. Because it was three different items we're combining.
Yeah,
I approve of that. I mean, I'm definitely not in opposition to that. I used to do proposal management for the government, so I have little picky things about parentheses, because it doesn't make it as clear and as specific as a separate sentence that actually.
No, yeah, if we did a whole sentence, it would be more clear. I agree. But again, the parentheses I'm seeing is an explanation of the phrase before. We did have Jonathan Siegel over there, John Siegel over there, President of Texas Right to Life, and he was very happy with this phrasing.
Chair?
Members, I think we're talking about the phrasing of it, but maybe it's now we're getting the grammar up as well. Let's have a few more folks and see if we can come with the solutions right here.
I think our problem might be fixed if instead of the parentheses, we said IE. What do y'all think about that?
Liz, what we did in our subcommittee, we did such as.
That's what I was going to say. Such as would be better than I.
What we did in our subcommittee, we used such as an example instead of IE. In one of our priorities, we use such as, so we could be consistent.
Okay. I think it would be much cleaner if you already introduced it with including but not limited to vaccinations, comma, vaccine passports without the parentheses.
Right.
So vaccinations, comma, vaccine passports, comma, and life-sustaining treatment, then you can keep your parentheses there. But the parentheses around opposed vaccine passports, it's vaccinations, comma, vaccine passports, comma.
That makes sense.
No, I think there are three items, and then each parenthesis is an example of that
Yes.
item. And so we're trying to solve how we display the example
And what I would say is keep in mind the chairman's, I guess, desire or directive to avoid bullet points or lists. So we wanted it to all be in one sentence and just say what it says instead of having a separate sentence or a list of bullet points.
The such as language answered my only concern, which is the present language could easily be interpreted as being restrictive on the life-sustaining treatments.
Yes. By the way, members, I'd like to acknowledge Gail Stanner, who's now our FC15 representative on our committee.
And I suppose that you know why I'm here, is that Sean Sheehan's baby is very ill. So we continue to pray for them. I am joining this in the middle of this process, and I do not know and have information for how you have come to the position of writing these priorities as you have written them. I would like to speak to a little more general perspective for just a moment, if I may, Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you. This is the second portion of one priority, as I understand it. Okay? And I will tell you, I have worked as a subcommittee chairman in the SREC Legislative Priorities Committee for 3 sessions. And I have knocked on many, many, many doors. I do not know how many of you have actually been to the Capitol and actually tried to provide information and to encourage them to vote for a bill that would come from apply to one of our priorities. But I can tell you that when the 7,000 potential delegates sit down on Saturday and begin reading these, they are not going to know what they say. They are not going to comprehend them in the time that they have to vote on them. They're too long. They're too complicated. They're not straightforward sentences in a lot of what I'm seeing so far. And I want to warn you that we're overcomplicating the process. Based on my experience, we need short topics with a decision that you want to make to stop the lack of freedom on medical choice, for instance. We do not have to describe every situation, nor even really one of them, because most of the people who will be here at this convention are already well aware of what we're trying to accomplish and will be in agreement. And we shouldn't be trying to tell the legislature exactly which bills to write or how to word it. I'm not going to fight you on these. I'm not going to nickel and dime it. I'm not going to come in here and word and say, no, let's take this phrase out and do this arguing over and over and over again. But I want to warn you, it makes it much, much more difficult for the Legislative Priorities Committee on the SREC to figure out which bills they can and cannot pursue when you do this. So be mindful of that from and when we get it, I don't know if you've done taxpayer-funded lobbying, and thank you for putting it on the list. I am most grateful. I will argue for something very, very brief.
Thank you. I'm going to go over here and then back over, please.
As I said before, looking at what our delegates across the state sent in, I think we have to take that into consideration. Some of these need to be broad, and some of them need to be more specific.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I would just like to remind everybody, we combined 3 priorities to make this, and there were, I think, 5 full sentences or paragraphs involved, and so we narrowed it down to this. And to address the concern, it says including but not limited to, and such as.
Mm-hmm.
We're giving examples. We're not saying this is the all-encompassing list of what we want done.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
I don't want to wordsmith this to death, but I agree with Gail in terms of as much brevity as we can provide, the better. In pursuit of that, we have at the top, all Texans must be completely free to make their own medical decisions, skip a bit, and medical decisions. We've got a duplicate clause, and I think we could cut like 2 or 3 lines here by saying, including but not limited to vaccinations and COVID-19 treatments. That clubs 2 concepts together under one succinct phrase. And we can leave oppose vaccine passports and mask mandates in one set of parentheses. I think we can trim this down and be more succinct.
Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
No, yeah.
I don't want to leave out the 10 days.
No, we don't have to. That's the next part. It's just after that would come, comma, life-sustaining treatment, repeal the 10-day rule, as well as allowing their doctors to offer alternative treatments.
So what you're proposing is the idea that we repeat the idea of decisions, right? Medical decisions.
We start out in the second line saying make their own medical decisions, including but not limited to, and then after a couple of clauses, and medical decisions. We're saying allow them to make their own medical decisions and medical decisions. I think this is more difficult now because we removed the word general, but I'm not proposing we put general back in. I'm just saying we club the first and third clause together to say, and I'll just read it out how I have in mind.
Yeah.
All Texans must be completely free to make their own medical decisions and have those decisions followed in all situations, comma, including but not limited to vaccinations and COVID-19 treatments, parentheses, oppose vaccine passports and mask mandates, comma, life-sustaining treatment, repeal the 10-day rule, as well as allowing their doctors to offer alternative treatments without fear of retribution, discrimination, et cetera.
If that's a motion, I second it.
Okay, I make a motion to, well, please,
I'm sorry, I've got a shorter one.
I'll consider it a friendly amendment.
I'm sorry.
Probably, yeah.
A friendly amendment.
Okay, then I'll make the motion, but
I'm sorry. Okay. Texans must be free to make their own medical decisions, including life-sustaining treatments, open paren, repeal the 10-day rule, including doctors who shall be allowed to offer alternative treatments without fear of retribution. You don't have to name every disease or vaccine. It covers everything.
I think in order to resonate with the delegates, we're going to need to explicitly mention vaccines.
Yeah. All right.
I get what you're saying, I do, but I think...
Point of personal privilege, do you have that written up right now?
Give me 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer another friendly amendment to the amendment. Sorry to be wording. I'd like to exchange the word doctors and put providers. I mean, we go to chiropractors. We don't do doctors. Yes.
Did you hear that?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, that was directed at me. Yes, I'm good with that. Thank you.
And could I suggest another amendment, Mr. Chairman, to a friendly one? The word COVID-19 is what we went through, but what is coming, we have no idea.
Right. That's why we're saying including but not limited to.
Yeah.
But the
maybe
COVID
just treatments.
resonates with everybody.
Okay.
So what's your proposition?
I just take out COVID-19 and put treatments because we don't know what's coming. Could be whatever, monkeypox. Who knows what it's going to be?
Right. I think, like I agreed with the idea of Genera's amendment, but I think we need to use the language for the delegates' sake that they are going to most readily identify with.
All right, withdraw.
Yeah, we'll see. I've shot down 2. Okay.
Have those decisions, I would say, must be respected in all situations instead of just followed.
If I can address that, we specifically took out the word respected. We wanted to have it not respected because You can just choose to respect it or not respect it. So we specifically took that wording out.
And that was the specific word that I brought up was somebody can respect someone's choice and not follow it. So we want them to follow.
Well, too many.
I think we just with the follows.
Yeah, personally, I don't care whether they respect it or not. I want them to follow what I
Members,
say.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, members, so just to take a quick pause, we're going to try to reduce this in the number of words to make it more understandable, but I think it's imperative that as we've done the business of the committee and we've kind of honed in and done some combining and all that, that it behooves us to remember kind of what we signed up to include. Yes, reduce it in number and make it as clear and succinct as possible, but I'd hate for us to kind of change the whole thought process within this flow. Yes, sir.
I just took a quick second to ask a couple of delegates who will be voting for this. They like to suggest where it says access to COVID-19 and other treatments. They were pretty clear about that. And other treatments. So we get the COVID-19 in there and the future.
So in a sense, instead of removing COVID-19, say add and other after COVID-19.
If you think about the sentence, though, you're saying you've got access to COVID-19.
Yeah, you don't want access to COVID-19.
No. I'm saying with the word treatments, it makes sense. I think we add his wording, it sounds like you're just giving permission to have access to COVID-19.
No, it's still, it's the list of treatments. Yeah.
Oh, treatments and other treatments? Oh.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, providers.
It's getting long.
I
would suggest that from delegates.
Yeah. We didn't cut as much as I thought we would.
Okay, but it's still yours to accept that or not.
Yeah.
Okay,
please
wait.
repeat that. I'm
wait,
sorry.
we have another question.
I think I can fix the. I understand what he's saying, but I think I can reword it to where it will make sense. Treatments for, or treatments for COVID-19 or other diseases. I don't know what word you use there, but or something because you don't like I said. If you do it the way it is, it says access to COVID-19, either the word and or other treatments. Now you're giving people access to COVID-19. I don't want that. I want access to COVID-19 treatment specifically for COVID-19, not access to COVID-19.
I'm not clear because it says and COVID-19 treatments.
Now it does, but if we add or other treatments, we're going to say access to COVID-19 or other treatments as if COVID-19 is a treatment, and it's not. It's the opposite.
Well, here's the balance I at least am trying to strike. I'm trying to keep the language as short as possible while letting the delegates know we have in mind the things that are at the top of their mind. COVID-19, vaccinations, 10-day rule. These are the key words they're going to immediately recognize and understand without having to try to educate themselves on whether or not this is a new topic. As succinctly as we can put this while retaining those keywords for the benefit of the delegates, I'm all for that as long as it conveys the idea of including but not limited to, because as several people have rightly said, anything can be awaiting us in the future and we want to cover all bases.
Okay, members, just give you a second to look at that proposed language for that amendment.
Where are we at? Oh, there, okay.
Can we maybe make it a little shorter and say all Texans must be free in all situations? That's only going to cut out.
Texans must
No, I think it's very clear that we're talking, in this case, medical decisions for medical.
Well, I don't mean the full thing. I mean, instead of saying early on completely free and later on in all situations, just say all Texans must be free in all situations to make their own medical decisions and have those decisions followed, including but not limited to, et cetera. That's not going to trim a lot, but just a tiny bit. I think it'll help.
You don't need the word completely.
Yeah, that would accomplish the same thing. Take out completely.
Yeah, you're either free or you're not free.
Exactly.
That's a friendly amendment that the author has accepted from himself.
From me, yes. I may offer a hostile amendment to myself. We'll see.
Yes, right here.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if we can take the parentheses off of opposed vaccine passports and mask mandates by simply saying after treatments while opposing vaccine passports and mask mandates.
While opposing?
Yes. But not limited to life-sustaining treatment, repeal the 10-day rule, vaccinations and COVID-19 treatments while opposing vaccine passports and mask mandates.
I actually think the parentheses brings intent to the item. And that's the verbiage that they're going to understand, which would delegates, I think there's some value in leaving in the parentheses.
Point here.
I agree. I know what Suzette's saying, but I think it gives some structure that makes it easier to read.
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Thank you. Run-on sentences are very difficult for people to comprehend. I mean, I may be simple-minded about that, but if this is broken into separate sentences, then I think we're going to have more clarity on getting to the delegates with an understanding of what we really want to put out. Everything in there is very, very important, but I think that the way that it's presented would be better in where we can put a period and start another sentence.
Do you have a proposal?
So write it out.
No.
Casey, write it out.
I mean, I could do it right quick, but
I think the logical place would be after the last set of parentheses, a new sentence about doctors
no.
or providers.
I would too. First period goes up.
I see what you mean. I think this is another friendly amendment.
Yes, friendly amendment.
Yeah.
Period after situation.
Period after situations.
Strike including.
Yeah, there you go. Period. Strike including. Okay, what was it? What was the first word of the next sentence? Just a moment. I think we're working on this, and then I'll acknowledge you.
Would it be possible to table this temporarily while people clean up the language and move on to some other matters?
My concern is that we only clean it up to then start it all over again. So let's finish this.
I like that, and except for the beginning of the new sentence, I would say this is not limited to. Yeah.
Okay.
And,
this is not limited to life-sustaining treatment, parentheses, repeal the 10-day rule, vaccinations and COVID-19 treatments, parentheses, oppose vaccine passports.
Third sentence. We are clubbing together 3 resolutions.
Wait. Stop.
After mask mandates, period.
And mask mandates, period.
Yep.
Okay.
And just put allow providers.
Maybe get rid of there, just say allow providers
Yes.
to offer alternative treatments. Okay, and another idea I've got, where we're saying all Texans must be free to make their own medical decisions and have those decisions followed. Is there any way anybody can think of to say all Texans must be free to make and live by their own medical decisions? I don't want to lose the meaning that we have here, but I'm trying to figure out a way to make it shorter. And I would have said make and have respected, but we've already covered that, the word respected.
I think that in all situations,
Actually, yeah,
Members,
that's a good point.
Yeah, so I believe all the amendments that have been offered are friendly and acceptable to the author at this point. So I'd like to entertain a motion that we adopt this language.
May I?
If you're...
I actually wanted to suggest, I think what Vince said is spot on. If we say all Texans must be free to make their own medical decisions in all situations, having that followed and respected is kind of implicit. But that shortens it a little bit. I'm not married to that.
I think it's short enough. I think we're going to get into the 80-20 rule, and we're going to start spending a heck of a lot of time to get this on.
Okay, then we have a motion and a second.
All those in favor of adopting the language in the right with the proposed language signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. It's adopted. Members, I was planning on retiring in 2022, but I think we're going to have to wait till 2023 until our committee wraps up, and we'll keep pressing. Was that the entire report for the SC2?
Yes.
Okay, we're on to SC3. And the chair for SC3? Teresa, thank you.
So I know this one is long. So election integrity was the #1 thing across the state, and we had the most submissions on this. So we all know that elections are it's a very large subject, so it was hard to get it all boiled down. I mean, I think we had one submission that had 15 bullet points of what they wanted done. So I'm just going to read this. Protect our elections, restore felony penalties, and enact civil penalties for election code violations, which shall be enforceable by any Texas jurisdiction, including the Texas Attorney General. Require citizenship verification of each voter. Restrict the distribution of mail-in ballots to only disabled, military, and citizens that are out of state. Reduce the time allowed for early voting and eliminate the 3-day gap between early voting and election day. Establish closed primaries in Texas. As technology evolves, we encourage the passage of legislation that ensures the security of our elections.
Any discussion, questions, amendments?
I would just propose that we remove the part about eliminating the 3-day gap, because I know from elections that you have to get the equipment from early voting locations to polling locations, and that gives them that time to do that. It also, you have sometimes different crews that are doing early voting and election day. So I would just say remove that.
Okay. Go ahead, Lucy. You're gonna speak to that, right?
I would, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that Senator Hall explain that one, because it's his language, and I would really think that he will do a very good job of explaining why this needs to be in there.
No, at this point, thank you. At this point, I don't believe we need to have Senator Hall address it at this point. I think if you were on the committee and the point that was made, if you'd like to make your point, please do. And that, please go ahead.
Thank you, Liz.
We did that for a very specific reason, because that 3-day time period is when they do their cheating.
That's right.
And so we've got to take that out.
I like this whole thing. I make a motion that we accept the language as written.
Okay, so
A second.
there's no second on your amendments, so that fails into a second. And we have a motion to adopt the language as presented. We have a second. So all those in favor of adopting the language as presented signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The The ayes have it, the language is adopted. The second priority from Subcommittee 3.
Okay, so we've entitled this one Executive Power Overreach. Reform emergency powers at the state, county, and city level to prohibit the creation or suspension of laws that impact entities such as religion and business. Convene with full authority the state legislature, county commissioners court, or city council to ratify, alter, or terminate any emergency declaration within 14 days.
Amen.
I would just like to make a friendly amendment that we make it read religious entities.
And I will speak to why we would like it to say religious entities. Because as y'all all know, when we went through everything we did in COVID, they went in and shut down our churches, and it also affected other religious entities such as daycares, schools, and other things such as that. So we wanted to make that a little bit broader right there to cover all of those.
Okay, so the amendment is to strike religion and replace it with religious entities, and it's acceptable.
Yes.
Yes, acceptable.
Acceptable to me.
So all those in favor of the amendment as proposed signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Just a point of personal privilege, one moment. What is the rule when it comes to small grammar? Are we going to do that here and now, or can we do that before we submit it to the, I guess, permanent? And I mean, like, so for instance, here's an issue, business to businesses.
Yeah.
What I had proposed earlier was that we not debate grammar and have a person or a couple of people clean that up later. If we need a motion for that, then I'll make it a motion. Or is that the discretion of the chair?
I'm going to be honest. My concern is that when we give it off to change grammar and all of a sudden we bring it back and we have a whole different intent or meaning because of the cleanup that a couple of people did, and then I'm concerned that we bring it back and we all go and say, wait, that's not what we intended. I think it's imperative that we see, even if it's business to businesses. It's going to take a few more minutes or whatever it might be, and then we'll go from there. It'll take a few more, about 120 more minutes or so, and then we'll be done.
Question, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman. Was the chair able to determine what the Rules Committee will have as a process on the floor, whether the legislative priorities are to be alphabetized, rank ordered?
It's up
or
to the
random?
discretion of the chair. And my intent is for us to present these in our final rank order.
Thank you, sir.
I think it's imperative that the delegates, all the work that we put in, they send you as a representative, the work we put in, that they would see it in that rank order. And so that's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For grammar, Mr. Chairman, may I make a suggestion that when somebody has a grammar edit in the committee of the whole, that we just move forward on a without objection basis, instead of taking votes for every grammatical edit?
Okay. Okay, got to go here, and then we'll come this way.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to make a motion that we edit the title to be more like the other ones, beginning with an action verb and being short and pithy. So I would move that we change it to prohibit executive overreach.
That's agreed. Stop.
Okay.
Stop.
I accept that.
What was it?
The amendment is to change the title to stop executive overreach. Is that correct?
Right.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. All those in favor? Do we have a second on the second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Good. The ayes have it. Stop executive overreach.
It's a grammar suggestion that we just tweak that first part of the first sentence to reform emergency powers at the state, county, and city levels to prohibit the creation or suspension of laws that impact entities such as religion and business. So we can remove the comma after county, or actually we can keep, well, so I guess it's just changed level to levels. It's county and city levels. You're talking about state, county, and city levels, so it's three different things.
Okay.
Could I ask the rationale of the 14 days as opposed to 30, which is the current practice?
So I was on that subcommittee, and Senator Hall helped advise us, and that is the way the bill was written.
Yes, please.
Morning. I'm wondering why we're limiting this just to entities and not all Texans.
Yes, and we did discuss that, and that is open for discussion right now. I mean, I don't know, did we already accept this language? Did we
No,
vote
we've
on
not
this?
adopted
Okay.
this language yet.
We did talk about that, and so I'm open to discussion about including individuals. We just thought we'd let the body discuss it.
I have a motion to add the word persons and entities.
Second.
In case the motion,
I apologize. It should say all persons and entities.
in case the amendment is to add all persons and entities such as, comma, such as religious entities and businesses.
Businesses.
And businesses.
Yes.
Yes.
If we worded it that way, would there even be a point to the rest of it? If we're prohibiting a governmental entity, city, county, state, from creating or suspending laws, that's any legislative action that impacts anybody and everybody, first, I think that's too broad, because there could be some legitimate purposes for actual exercise of emergency powers. I think in all case, they should be ratified by the broader body within 14 days. But I think saying prohibiting a governmental entity from undertaking any action that impacts anybody removes the few legitimate purposes of emergency powers.
Is everybody following that?
But we're just asking them to reform. We're not asking them to remove or prohibit.
Well, it does say prohibit. Prohibit the creation or suspension of laws. I mean, calling it laws may be a fine point, but it's basically taking an emergency power action that impacts, and if we word it like this, impacts anybody for any reason.
In a sense, it sounds like they cannot take emergency
Right.
actions.
Exactly.
Right, so that's not what the intent is. The intent is to reform it so that we cannot have an emergency action that stays in existence for 2 years like COVID has, and that gets renewed every 30 days. So the intent is to reform the emergency powers as they are right now. And those emergency powers that are in effect right now prohibit creation. So if we need to reword this, that's what we need to do, but the intent is to reform the current emergency powers.
Maybe, and I don't want to get into the weeds on every resolution, but maybe reform emergency powers at the state, county, and city levels, skip a bit, to require any action to be ratified by the full body, county commissioners, court, state legislature, city council, within 14 days. Massage that language a little bit, but that's the gist. Skip right to the requiring ratification of any action at all.
So just get rid of the first part of that sentence, convene with.
Yeah, I would say the middle.
Yeah, bring it to ratify, alter, or terminate.
Am I explaining this well?
Yes.
Okay.
If that was a motion, I'll second it.
Well, was there already a motion? Would that be considered a friendly amendment?
I'm going to retract my motion.
Okay, then how about we do as we did before? Again, I don't want to do this for every resolution, but how about I just write up what I have in mind so everybody can see it?
Put it side by side. Okay.
Members, while he's doing that, I'd like to go ahead and move on to the next one, and then we'll come back. We'll table this for the moment, and then we will come back to the language as it'll be proposed so we can move everything along. Would you like to go to your SC3 on Convention of States?
Yeah, you want me to skip the gun rights?
Just for now.
Okay. So we have the convention, yeah, because that one's easy. So we have Convention of States, and it specifically just says, what did we say on here? Oh, yeah. Extend Texas call for a convention of the states.
Yes, please.
I know that many people who testified said they wanted it repealed.
Yeah,
repeal the sunset. That
But
was the issue.
we had Convention of States people with us in our group, and they agreed to this language to, trying to remember what our discussion was.
Anybody on the committee want to add?
Do y'all remember exactly what we said on that? Why we left it? We tried to leave it a little more broad.
Repeal is repeal, extend has repeal in it.
Extend does not have repeal.
So one of the things that we talked about was that the specific repealing of the sunset, SJ3, whatever, the delegates, that may be confusing to them. So this was an effort to simplify. But we checked with the Convention of States people to make sure that that was conveying what they wanted and that this got everything covered that they needed, and they were in agreement.
Yes, please.
This is the complete opposite of my understanding of what was being requested. The request was to repeal the sunset on the call for a convention of states, not to repeal the call for sunset
Yes,
states.
it needs to, you're correct. That does need to say extend Texas.
It should say, I think it should say.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, the legislation that was passed was to call for a convention of states. That was to be sunsetted.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
And now we're saying extend that call, which would then make it to where either the sunset is moved out and or the sunset is repealed.
That's right, either one. And that's exactly why we did it like this, was so that it didn't cut off. Like if we got a bill that did one but not the other, it gave the SREC the ability to support either
That
one.
they could support an extension and not just if it doesn't repeal it, then sorry, we can't address it.
I got it.
That's why we did that.
I got it.
Okay, yes.
Since we're trying to talk to the delegates here, could we just add which is scheduled to sunset 2025 after Extend Texas?
Okay, I can address that also. So we brought that up because we had several of the Convention of States that were speaking here yesterday with us, some of the more vocal ones. They said they have 1,500 delegates that are going to be here at this convention. So I think that a lot of these people are going to know exactly what's going on here, and I'm sure the word will spread. Like I said, they were very happy with this language the way it was, not to muddy the waters, to make it as simple as possible for the other delegates to understand. I mean, just extend the Texas call for a convention of the states. And like I say, they have 1,500 delegates here. That is a huge amount of delegates that are going to be here representing them. I'm pretty sure that they will be educating the other delegates if there's a problem.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I can speak to this in transparency. I'm the former Texas State Director for Convention of States. And the understanding about the sunset is correct. When the call for the Convention of States was passed in 2017, it came with an 8-year sunset. The desire is to at least extend that sunset additionally, if not eliminate it entirely. What I do believe this needs, because yes, we have some 1,500 delegates present who are familiar with this. That leaves some 8,500 delegates who may not be. I think we should provide a little explanation as to what the Convention of States is and refer to the platform plank that we have had in the platform for the past several conventions, basically along the lines of a convention of states to limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government. There's a little more to it, but to provide that little bit of explanation, but I don't want it to get too wordy.
Okay, so the amendment that's on a motion, do we have a second on that? And then I'll make sure that we have the wording. Okay, so the proposal is to add to this, we'll have extend Texas call for a convention of states
to limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government. To limit the
power and jurisdiction of the federal government.
There's more to it, but I'm afraid it would get too wordy.
Agreed.
I think
it
that,
needs to
that's
be.
good. I think that's good right there.
And I'd like to make that as a motion.
Okay, second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. We're going to add that to there.
I make a motion that we accept this
Second.
title as is.
Members, a motion has been made and second to adopt the title and resolution language. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Move along. Keep on going. Let's go. Keep on going. We may not have to come back afterwards.
Did we get the language on that last one? Or are you still working on the language of the previous? Are we still working on the language previous? If not, we'll move on.
Are you still working on the executive overreach?
I'm working on it.
Okay, then let's go to defend our gun rights.
Okay. So this one says, as the Second Amendment is one of the mechanisms that preserves our free society in times of turmoil and with visible threats to its existence, such as federal restrictions, red flag laws, and other measures, the RPT supports and prioritizes the continued protection, strengthening, and preserving of our inalienable rights to protect our life, liberty, and property. And the reason this is sort of written in the future tense is because we're trying to be proactive here instead of reactive. Just this morning when I got up, the first thing that was on my phone was a headline about gun restrictions to be focal point of governor's race. So we know with everything that's happening, we know with what happened with our own senator in Washington. They are trying to come after our gun rights. We do not know what's about to hit us in the legislature, but I'm pretty sure we're going to have some things. This will enable us to keep gun rights in the priorities and to encourage our legislators to defend them at all cost.
Please.
I would actually, I like what you did, but I would like to actually propose an amendment that might make it a lot shorter and more to the point. Where is it? Everywhere, that whole first down to the semicolon, get rid of everything before that. Just start with the RPT supports, supports and prioritizes, and keep the rest of it. And I think that, because everything else is whereas from the RPT, that's the therefore part, and we need to be straight.
I like that.
Yes.
I was on the committee. I'd like to speak to that. We've been talking a lot about making this clear for the delegates. And if we do that, we're taking out the things that they need to understand about this, like the red flag laws and the federal restrictions. That, to me, gives definition and explanation that they're going to need to understand this.
What? Yeah.
Sorry. She's right.
I just want to encourage my fellow members to remember that we need actionable items. That's what we're looking for, actionable items. The first part, I know explaining is important, but this is the legislative priorities. We need actionable items. And in fact, the whole Convention of States thing, the title, I think, needed to be an actionable title. So hopefully we'll get back to that.
Yes, please.
As I addressed yesterday, the Second Amendment is a federal constitutional protection, and as Rick reminded us, it's the 10th Amendment that we're protecting. So if we're going to put an amendment on there, I think it ought to be a Texas amendment that we're protecting, since it's the Texas legislators that will be defending it.
Can't hear you. Can't hear him.
Can't hear you.
You're not on. There you go.
Can you hear me? There we go. As some of you probably know, I've been heavily involved in so-called Second Amendment advocacy in recent years. It's a common misconception right now that you passed constitutional carry. What else is there to do? Well, the truth of the matter is there's a lot of cleanup work left to be done, and I would prefer to add restoring rights to this, because in addition to defending against bad bills, and there was one member of the House last session who must have been trying for a record of the most bad bills ever filed. And so defending is a very real problem. It expends a great deal of manpower and resources, and I appreciate this being brought forward, but we also need to move forward on restoring rights that are still restricted, and so I'd ask your support for adding that.
Was there a friendly, is that a friendly amendment to the
I would
motion?
I'll make it as a friendly amendment.
I'll make a friendly amendment to my own amendment. Add inalienable rights under the Second Amendment to protect our life, liberty. Would that answer that?
And
Would that help?
to answer your question about the Second Amendment being federal, you're entirely correct. But well, I can't remember when it began, but everyone talks about Second Amendment rights. You look at the web pages of any of the candidates, and they're talking, I will protect your Second Amendment rights. Yeah, well, protecting them is all fine and well, but we've been pounding the pavement to get some rights to protect.
So I would think that Second Amendment rights are interchangeable with gun rights. To his point, everybody just calls it that. So what was your friendly amendment, though, to
add after the word rights, or before the word inalienable rights under the Second Amendment?
Sorry, repeat that one more time.
After preserving of our inalienable rights, add there under the Second Amendment.
At the end. Are you still suggesting that we take off at first before the Senate?
Yes.
Yes. Well?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear a second.
No, I don't think so. And it start with a
can I speak to this right here before we vote on it?
Yes, please.
Thank
Okay,
you.
the reason, I want Dan to hear this.
I'm sorry.
So the reason that we put this in the beginning is because we had this in last time, and it specifically called for the constitutional carry, and we were very successful to get that done. So what I'm afraid is going to happen is that we're going to put this on as a 15 priority, and people are going to go, oh, well, we've taken care of gun rights, not realizing what's coming at us. And so I would support condensing this down, if we could say something like, due to continued threats, or something little before that, to let the delegation know that this isn't over. That's our concern with this, and that's why we did that. So I don't know what your thoughts are.
Is that a friendly amendment?
I guess. I mean, if you want to do that, I mean.
Do something like
Something short, but.
due to continued threats of red flag laws or whatever else, or is that what you're saying?
Yes, because I want them to understand.
Yeah, we
the
need the
gun
why
rights are
for
not
the what.
done.
Okay.
We cannot give up the vigilance of protecting our gun rights ever.
I totally agree.
Yeah, let me go here to the corner, and then we'll come back. Yes.
Due to, well, hold on. So sir, I guess the friendly amendment would be due to threats such as red flag laws, the RPT supports,
Red flag laws, federal, and other measures, yeah,
and red flag laws and other measures.
yes.
Yeah, you don't have to retype the whole thing. You don't have to.
comma, the RPT. I'll accept
no,
that friendly amendment.
No, time out. Yeah, include just that whole phrasing of such as federal restrictions, comma, red flag laws, and other measures. So in that part, add federal restrictions, such as federal restrictions, comma, then red flag laws and other measures.
That's good. Yeah.
And then delete, but then it would be deleting that other, delete that, include that. Okay, yes, sir.
I think we're back to where we were before. We're doing whereases. In this case, we're doing as the Second Amendment. Now we're doing due to the threats. We're doing whereases again. What are we really changing? We're just moving words around now.
We're reducing the length of the why.
The length.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm going to go this way and then I'll come back. Yes.
I'll explain.
Could we move from threats such as federal restrictions, red flag laws, and other measures down, just within the sentence, the continued protection against those things, threats such as federal restrictions and so on, instead of making that kind of whole intro of the sentence? For example, could it say, the RPT supports and prioritizes the continued protection against threats such as federal restrictions, red flag laws, and other measures? And then go on after that. Not removing strengthening and all that. I'm just saying up until that point. So could it just start with the RPT supports and prioritizes the continued protection against federal restrictions, red flag laws, and other measures, and then continuing after that? I don't have an idea for after that. Take out due to, take from threats to other measures, and insert it after continued protection, add against, and then insert that part.
Is Dan accepting this friendly amendment?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that acceptable?
Did you hear that friendly amendment that was offered?
Can you put it?
Yeah, can you type it in there? Yeah.
Because I'm not exactly sure.
That's his amendment. If he accepts it.
I think you might have added words.
So add against after protection? And delete due to? Right.
But we need something before, we would need something before strengthening.
No, I didn't get anywhere after measures.
Okay, in order to, the offer is,
It changed in order to by strengthening.
okay, they by strengthening.
Use one word.
Would that work?
Strengthening is important to
By
me.
strengthening and preserving our inalienable rights.
I will accept that friendly amendment.
The would be capitalized.
Still doesn't sound right. By the strengthening, maybe, by the strengthening and preserving of our, if you just go by strengthening that of our innate rights, doesn't sound right.
We're told what we want them to strengthen by strengthening. Yeah, by
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I speak? Gail Stannard, SD 15. I think that we need to make a change, and I'd like to recommend one. I want to precede it with some of the things that I want to remove. And I want to remove the RPT supports and prioritizes the continued protection. Obviously, if we put it on the legislative priorities, we are the RPT, that is all redundant.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So I want to start with the word strengthening, and I want to say, this is the action word, this is what we want them to do. We say strengthen and preserve Oh, I'm sorry.
She's moving it.
Our gun rights. I don't think we need anything else.
Just, I have a question. Gun rights, guns don't
Yes.
have rights, people do. But if that's what you're familiar with and that's what you want to go with, fine. But I would say protect Texans' right to self-defense or something. But it's up to, yeah.
I guess that was a friendly amendment?
Well, yeah, but is it acceptable to you?
No, I accept that.
Is it acceptable to you, though?
And then,
Yeah.
so basically
Mr.
from
Chairman,
strengthen down to
we need to
other
fix
measures.
this. We have
Time out real quick. I just want to make sure in this light, was this even acceptable to you?
I want to make sure I understand. So you're saying from the words up there now, from strengthen to other measures, period. That would be
Her amendment is one word.
Did he accept my amendment?
No, let's make sure
Mr.
what you're
Chairman?
reading. Her amendment is to cut everything except for yellow.
Our gun rights?
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
are we on the amendment that I made still? Has that been accepted as a friendly amendment? First?
Yeah.
I think it was.
And
Yeah,
our
yours
subcommittee
was
hasn't
accepted as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
So it's up to the author to not accept this, and we haven't even had a second on it.
I kind of accept it, but I don't like taking out the against threats such as, because I think we go back to the delegates, what we talked about, understanding.
The delegates are never going to put this on
Okay.
the priority list with that language because they're not going to
Agreed.
understand it.
I think she's wanting to change her friendly amendment.
Strengthen and preserve our gun rights, such as red flag law.
Against
No,
threats
that's
such as,
not
okay.
That's not a gun right.
It's already there.
You already had your, there you go. Well, you've already got it there, you just need to delete. Yep.
Okay, wait, time. Is that it?
Mr. Chairman?
No.
Well,
no.
No, I think we still need the federal restriction, red flag laws, and other measures, period.
No.
So that's what,
No, because I'm going to speak to this.
Yeah, please.
If we only put red flag laws on there, it's going to limit the SREC to only fight legislation against red flag laws.
Exactly.
well, but it says such as, it does say such as.
That's the purpose of the phrase such as. That means that there are more like that, such as. So it makes it broader rather than restrictive, and it gives the Legislative Priorities Committee the ability to evaluate the bills that are produced by the legislators to say which ones, and they can say how broad that such as is. If you do not trust the Legislative Priorities Committee and the subcommittees, then that's another issue.
It has nothing to do with not trusting the Legislative Priorities Committee, Ms. Stannard. What it has to do with is protecting our gun rights from a massive, massive push to take our gun rights away.
Members, I think it's imperative that we understand what we are asked to do. We have delegates. We have a process that brought different submissions to us, and it's not our job to make it easy for either the party apparatus or the legislators.
That's right.
It's our job to give the information to them on direction. I understand there's nuance and everything else in it, but it's imperative that we understand what we're here to do.
I'm not even sure where the amendment is, or
Me
the friendly
too.
amendment,
So-
or whatever.
so-
I will say, I like the words that are on the screen right now.
From the, include the yellow and the white? The yellow and
Including
the
all of
white?
it, including everything that's on there, not in red.
Not in red?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what we need to do.
I'm suggesting that
deal
you,
with the red.
you got strengthen and preserve on the top, and then you're doing it again. I think you would need to remove the by strengthening and preserving our inalienable rights. Something.
Can I make a motion
Preserve
that
our
we
gun
deal with the
rights.
red?
Yeah, you can
Which
get-
was
yeah.
the first thing that was
Get rid of-
assigned, and then we started doing yellow, and now we're doing great.
Yeah,
We need
I'm
to
not
deal with
sure
the
what-
red.
Okay,
Are we
so
keeping the
members,
red or not?
yes, members,
Delete the red.
let's have the motion that we would delete that which is in red from the original
Right.
is,
Which motion do we have?
yeah, the motion was to
second that.
delete the red,
Second
yes.
that.
Mr. Chairman, for clarity, whenever we're highlighting something red, can we use a lighter shade of red because I can barely read that?
To get us to where there's some level of understanding of what's before us.
There we go. Yeah, little, still can't read it. Little lighter. That just
Okay,
went from red to purple.
members, to clarify a little bit, make it clear what's before us, I'll entertain a motion to remove that which is in a beautiful magenta from our view.
So moved.
Move. Second. Members.
May I be heard? I believe the last sentence there, RPT supports and prioritizes the continued protection of matters, because some of the legislators frankly need to be reminded that it's not over and that the party continues its support of these measures.
I think we need to keep it as simple. Again, they know this is coming from the RPT because it's going to be voted on by 9,000 delegates who are the people who are mostly informed in the state, and they're going to know what we're talking about.
It's the continuation which reminds them that we've prioritized this before, and the reason we're back is they haven't finished the job.
Well, I think that is conveyed through strengthen and preserve means you're not there yet. Keep going.
Thank you, that's fine.
Okay.
Are you suggesting that we add back in prioritize and continued protection?
No, he's hoping to have RPT. So is that friendly to you at all? Adding the RPT back in there?
No, I don't want the RPT.
No, okay. So is there a second on that? Or?
I find the way it is
Okay, he withdraws his proposal there. So members, what's in front of us is to, at this point, strike that portion so that we can see only that which is in yellow and white right now that would be presentable. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, there. So this is what's sitting in front of us at this point, and then I want to be able to clean up. We're going to go here and then there. Yes.
And.
The motion is to strike by strengthening and from this current.
So it's not redundant. It's redundant.
Second that.
Is it acceptable to the author?
And preserving.
Well, I think there's more actually that would need to be taken out because it says strengthen and preserve, and then it says by strengthening and preserving. So we need one or the other.
And keep deleting. I'm sorry. Preserving.
If
Strengthen and at the beginning out.
That's all you got to do.
Those two words at the very start.
If-
Strengthen and out. Start with preserve our gun rights.
if you remove strengthening, it means that the Legislative Priorities Committee cannot advocate for any bill which expands our rights. And one other thing, up where
I
it says
agree.
federal restrictions, I would suggest federal and state restrictions, seeing as how we're predominantly dealing with the state
Okay, let's
legislature.
deal. So
Okay, I'm not, what's the?
give me on we have the issue of strengthening in here, and it's in two places in multiple spots. To the author, what would be your suggestion to accept in it?
My suggestion would be strengthen and preserve, be removed. Protect is the first word. Protect our gun rights, where how it starts. Strengthen and preserve or remove.
Well, but we don't want to just protect, we want to strengthen them.
So you're strengthening, preserving later, so it's in there.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
they
it's in
highlighted- they
That
highlighted
means-
that.
Okay, members, what's before us is that it would end up saying protect our gun rights against threats such as federal restrictions, red flag laws, and other measures by strengthening and preserving our inalienable rights under the Second Amendment to protect life, liberty, and property.
I accept
Get rid of the word "of" after preserving,
I
by strengthening, preserving our inalienable rights.
I would like to
Yeah.
make an amendment
There
to
you go.
this amendment.
We have an amendment to the amendment.
Where it says such as federal restrictions, red flag laws, and other measures, I would like to say such as new federal and state restrictions. Remove red flag laws. Because if you say such as new federal and state restrictions, that's going to cover the red flag laws.
I would actually oppose that friendly amendment because there's already some out there that I want gone.
Okay.
I don't want just new.
Okay.
I want others.
I think it's going to.
So have you withdrawn or?
Yes, I will withdraw that.
Okay.
I have a question. Why are we just addressing federal? Why shouldn't it be such as any restrictions by anybody or any entity?
So is your question on jurisdictions? Why we only have federal jurisdiction and not state or?
Why does it say such as federal restrictions? Why doesn't it just say instead of such as?
Okay.
Just say. Okay.
I would like to offer
Mr. Chair?
another
Yes.
amendment.
Okay, no one's going to like what I'm going to say, but this happened on another one before. I don't understand the process. We vote, we accept it, and then we keep going on the same one again.
Because there's other opportunities to amend it until we get to the point of folks having
Agree.
the opportunity to.
Mr. Chairman.
It's just not the way I run my business.
Thank you.
That's why you're not a politician.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion. I move to, after the word federal, include state or other restrictions.
If that's a friendly amendment, I'll accept that.
Dan, it's not your motion.
I'm sorry.
Dan, it's not your motion.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
It
This
is.
is his motion.
It's
Yes.
Yeah, I see it as friendly.
It's offered in a friendly spirit.
Dan, is this acceptable to you, adding the state and other restrictions? It's friendly, acceptable? State and other restrictions, red flag laws, and other measures. And that was friendly to you?
Okay. I've got
Yes,
one
I
more.
accept that. I will accept that friendly amendment.
Okay.
I've got a friendly omission. Somebody's phone is going. Okay. Just the wording is sort of awkward here when you read this, and all we want to do is remove red flag laws before federal. So it would say protect our gun rights against threats such as red flag laws, comma, federal and state restrictions and other measures.
Good. Yeah. Okay.
It just reads better that way.
Yep, it does. That's just a grammatical thing that works. Doesn't change. It doesn't change the content. It doesn't change the meaning.
Okay, repeat again, please.
It's right now.
Protect our gun rights against threats such as red flag laws, federal or state restrictions, and other measures.
Yeah.
So after state, take out or other.
Or state and put or.
federal or state
And then remove or other.
restrictions and other measures.
And lose the
But I also resent the fact that Hilton can say, I can't carry.
Did you say?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah. There are individual companies that can restrict my gun rights, and I'm not sure I find that comfortable.
So you're saying you want to leave in
And
think
other.
that- Yeah, that would be company.
I think and other is necessary. Living in San Antonio, sometimes it's necessary to have AG opinions and statutes that all but say, this means you, San Antonio.
I will accept the friendly amendment as it is on the screen now, without the, I guess without whatever's in that bluish color.
Okay, members, here's the language before us. It will ultimately read, we're going to strike, strengthen, preserve. It'll read, protect our gun rights against threats such as red flag laws, federal, state, and other restrictions, and other measures.
No, that doesn't read right. It needs to say federal or state restrictions and other measures.
The question was on jurisdictions. If it's federal and state, then there's, local could then, under the understanding, then cities could end up doing.
It should read federal, comma, state, or other.
Yeah, it should say or.
That's right, you can do that.
Or other restrictions.
I don't know the word.
Let's delete and other measures.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
There you go.
That's how it works.
Okay, members, the motion before us, and I've had a second to adopt this amendment. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Bump, bump.
Call the question.
Yes, a motion to, I entertain a motion to adopt this measure as the language before us.
I move that we adopt this measure as
Second.
presented.
One more friendly amendment, there's no reason we have to say, the second amendment to protect. We can get rid of to and just say protecting our life.
Or protects. Yeah, get rid of to and change protect to plural.
Or add ing.
Yeah, there you go.
Protecting.
Protect.
Yeah.
Protecting. Get rid of to. Protecting our life, liberty.
I think that's
I think that two needs to stay there.
That, yeah. It needs to say, yeah. To protect, I think needs to stay in there. It doesn't make sense with that.
To protect.
Yeah.
Okay, members,
Yeah.
did we have a motion
Yes.
and a second?
Second.
All in favor of adopting this priority as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Now do we have our government?
Okay, now we're back to the government stop executive overreach. We have the language that was presented by the individual that is not with us. Okay. Okay.
Suggestion.
Okay, we're discussing that which is on your right, to your right, the proposed language.
I say put it into two sentences, period after Texas, and get rid of to, and requiring, capitalize requiring. Or required, doesn't even have to be requiring. Require that the full governmental body. So it isn't a run-on sentence.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment that we remove the word that after require.
Style,
We don't need it.
omit punctuation, capitalization,
Yep, that makes sense.
paragraph.
But I get paid by the word.
That makes for interesting reading.
I think you need a 2 after 14 days.
After.
14 days to
Not
ratify.
before, after.
14 days, and insert the word to.
Yep. Yep. I like it.
Looks good, reads good out loud. Reform emergency powers at all levels of government in the state of Texas.
Please.
One of the things that we focused on in the subcommittee was that we wanted to address religious freedom, and so now we're losing what we were talking about with our religious entities and businesses, and I have a problem with that.
Please.
Thank you, Liz. We're also losing what we really wanted to make sure was very clear. When we say full governmental body in the proposed language, what is full governmental body? The delegates don't know that. We wanted specifically to call out the powers of the state, county, and city levels because there's been so much abuse by cities and by counties to just override the emergency powers or the mandates or whatever was or was not provided by the governor. So I really advocate for retaining state, county, and city levels.
So that your proposal is to delete full governmental body and replace it with state legislature, county commissioners court, or city council.
Yeah.
Why don't we vote down the one we don't like?
Well, that only
Make the motion.
that sentence will only require them to convene. It doesn't go into telling them to prohibit the creation of these laws because they are overriding and doing their own things in the cities and the counties.
I'd like to suggest that we vote on Shelby's proposed language. If we're not happy with that, we can vote it down and we'll be back to the original and then we can fix it.
Okay, then you make a motion. Okay, a motion has been made to vote specifically on the proposed language from Shelby Williams, and then we'll either accept it and or move back to the original language and amend from there.
Bill Gates is
His computer's locking up.
or it is
Yeah, it's not working right now.
Well, call for a grant.
There it is.
There we go.
So we're voting.
Is there a second on?
Second.
We're voting on the language, the proposed language on your right, on whether we accept that as is or revert back to the original language. Do I have a second on that motion? Second. So the motion is to accept. Okay, so the affirmative is to accept the proposed language, and then if you're opposed to it would be the nay. Okay, so all those in favor of accepting the proposed language up on the right signify by saying aye. All opposed? Nay. The nays have it. So members, we're back on the original language, and we will go from there.
Mr. Chair,
okay.
I'm making a motion that we accept the.
Remember, there's been a motion to accept. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. So SC3, was that all of y'all's?
Yes.
Very good. We're moving on to SC4.
I don't have board.
SC4. Let's begin with ban gender modification.
I just have a question. Is there
Excuse me, very quick before we do that. I want the subcommittee chair just to make sure.
Well, Mr. Chair, I want to thank everybody that worked on our committee, and we had some special help with wording. We had Jonathan Sands and Jonathan Covey helping us, and also your favorite son, Luke Macias. And they did a great job with helping us consolidate and and make the wording where it is right now. So my thanks to all of those. I mean, there were some great people working on that. So it just says simply ban gender modification for minor children. Texas should make, you might put it in there, Texas should, but it just says Texas should make illegal chemical castration, puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, genital mutilation, bodily alteration surgery, and we also added psychological transitioning because that's one of the biggest issues, more so than even the physical, and any other methods applied to or performed on minor children. That is pretty simple and concise.
I have a question that I started with, that first sentence after the colon. Texas should make illegal chemical castration. It is making it sound like there potentially is legal chemical castration as opposed to illegal.
Well, you could say Texas, we're making it illegal.
It should, could it be prohibit? Or something
well,
like
right
that?
now,
Because
it's
makes
not illegal. I mean, we want to make it illegal.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. It needs to be reworded because as it is, it appears that there's such a thing as legal chemical castration.
Well, there is.
versus-
There is.
Is there?
Right, I know, but I'm not saying it correct.
It
Clearly.
needs the word it.
Yeah, he said put it in there.
Make it illegal.
Folks, I think we're looking at for a punctuation that would somehow say we want to make illegal this list of items.
Yes.
Is that what I'm understanding?
That's what I'm trying to look for because
Right. So
appearing as something else.
do we have something in the punctuation to make it clear that it's illegal and it's these items listed below? Somebody offer, I don't know what it,
Yeah,
Yes.
colon and make it
is a colon acceptable?
That's fine.
I think you have to make a bullet point.
Texas should.
It is the title.
Can you repeat that? I couldn't hear you. I think that's good. Texas
Instead,
should
we kind of
ban
repeated
all those things.
We've repeated the title in the resolution in a sense. So we're talking about taking that repetition of the title in the resolution and just start with what we want to do.
I don't know if it's a motion or I don't know where we're at. I think we have do we have a motion to ban? Is that a motion to change?
Well, I haven't seen the ban. I'm sorry, that just popped in.
Can we change
A second.
Okay, so the amendment before us is to strike illegal and just say ban chemical castration, et cetera, et cetera.
Friendly,
Can I have a friendly amendment?
friendly amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
Could we say Texas should ban and prohibit? Or is that double? Are we
Just put ban.
just prohibit?
Okay, can
We've
we
already got
just
banned.
change?
We'll change it to prohibit.
Hold on real quick. Okay. Here's,
I just want to change one word.
okay, good. So here's what's on the table. We're going to strike the ban gender modification for minors because it's just repetition of the title.
But it's not. Well, but we don't have for minor children in the title.
I understand, but it's implied.
It's pretty much the same. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, because we have 4 minor children at the end. Hear me out. The proposal is to remove that and then start the language to say Texas should ban, we're going to strike make illegal, chemical castration, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and any other methods applied to or performed on minor children.
That's acceptable.
Can Can I have a friendly?
Please.
Can we remove the word should and make it
Yes.
must? It's too weak.
That's too weak.
I'm good with that.
Thank
I'm good with that.
Shall. Are you good with that?
Okay, there was another, go ahead real quick. and we'll-
Yeah. Is it necessary to have minor children? Is it, or just children? Does it have to say minor?
Well, we talked about that in an earlier thing we did. You know, the word children in Texas definition is anybody under 18.
Why minor
Yeah,
children?
I don't think minor has to be in there.
So I'm thinking minor's redundant.
Yeah, if it's not age of,
Right.
well, is there, is there like definition on whether it's minor child or age of majority, then you're an adult?
Yeah.
So if you're
Right,
children.
right.
then-
Exactly.
So is the friendly amendment that's being
amendment
offered
is
is
just-
to delete minor?
Yes, sir.
Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Are we working on the title as well? Because banning gender modification, adults are more than welcome to take their own money and do whatever modifications they want to make. I think it needs to be specific to children.
For children.
Modification on children or.
Well, basically, we could just take that first line and make that the title then.
Take out minor.
And get rid of minor.
So ban gender modification for children.
Yes. Well, that's why he's got it in blue.
Needs to be of. Of. So that would be for the title, and then what's presented before you would be for the language.
We need to get, oh, you got rid of should.
It's going to be gone. Okay, members, do I hear a motion to accept the amendment? Moved, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The amendment's accepted. Okay,
I need to ask a question on
please.
Sorry. On the bodily alteration surgery, is that too broad? Would that include?
Well, I'll tell you why we did that. We did that on purpose because you've got all kinds of things that they, you know, if it's a male transitioning to a female or vice versa, you know, you got breast augmentation and
Right.
everything else. So we're trying to include.
Only thing I'm worried about is what if there is a child that needs some kind of plastic surgery due to an accident or something? I mean, that's why I'm asking, is that too broad?
Well, I believe under the medical that if you have something that's
It's not
for a
gender
child,
related if it's an
it
accident.
wouldn't be classified as gender modification
Classified.
versus saying that we have plastic surgery for alters. Yes.
There have been, quote, medical errors during what was supposed to be a routine circumcision that had a most unfortunate outcome, and those things are very rare, but they're real.
It's not law.
Right.
Well,
And I
again,
don't
we're
know that-
talking
I don't know
about-
that we are trying to write something for a rare accident or error in the medical community.
Does the body alteration surgery, could that include tattoos and earrings as well?
It's not law. We're just, yeah.
And it's not choice. Yeah.
Gender modification
Yes, another.
for children.
Microphone, please.
Question about psychological transitioning. I think we heard testimony before that called it social, did it call it social transitioning?
Yes, you could do that. I mean, they both work.
Yeah, they said to call it a certain thing.
Slash and say social, slant,
Social
psychological
transitioning. That's what
transitioning?
they said to use.
That's good. Putting both of them, that's good like that.
To To me, they're almost two different things. Psychological meaning,
Well,
you've gone
but
to
psychological is
psychologists
also
and-
involved in this social transitioning.
Yeah.
I like both of them in there. That's
Yeah,
good. That covers it more deeply.
Thank you, thank you.
Is that going to work?
I make the motion to adopt the language
As amended,
as amended.
second. All in favor?
Ah.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Sorry. A point of personal privilege. If you are in the document, please don't click in the cells because that prevents me from being able to edit. Thank you.
Very important. Thank you. Okay, the next one, ban Democratic chairs.
Well, we made this one really simple and concise. And again, we had a lot of help from your favorite son. But in order, everything we're doing here, if we don't get this done, half of the stuff we did is just going to get thrown in the trash. So the wording is, in order to ensure that all legislative priorities are given a fair opportunity to become law, the Republican-controlled Texas legislature should end the practice of awarding committee chairmanships to Democrats.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, we're going to go here and then there.
my question is it the Republican-controlled legislature that awards these chairmanships, or is it the Speaker of the House?
Well, it is the Speaker of the House. What we're trying to, on the second day they're there, they will make rules.
Okay.
And we want that rule changed where he does not have that option.
Okay, I think we need to specify that. That
Well,
it's the rule.
I mean, that's
we're
pretty
sticking
simple. I mean,
to.
it's pretty controlled. We're trying. This is not to change the law. This is to change the rules of the Republicans when they're in the House.
Yeah. We'll go over
Okay.
here and then back. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really love the language. I have a problem with the title. Democratic should not be the word. It should be Democrat.
Ban Democrat chairs. I think that's a mistake. Sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. Right.
Yes, sir.
I want to go back to Suzette's comment, kind of like when we referred to the specific things on our thing, we had a section such. I think referring to the rules gives a definite direction. Otherwise, to me, this is what we'd like to see happen. But if we want to change the rule, I think we should state that.
I think this goes back to some of the other statements earlier about some will be general and some will be specific.
Yes.
And for us to cite the rules that the legislature adopted is not even statute, if you will. They will set the rules. I mean, that's the thought process I have, but I'm definitely open. Any other discussion?
For what?
Do we really need the in order there at the beginning of that, or just start out with ensure? Or to ensure?
Is that acceptable?
Well, that's acceptable. I've got people whispering in my ear here, too. There probably is a way where we could change that a little bit, would help in order what Vance said, too. But it's not coming to me exactly how to word it. Somebody help me with how to make that say what you were saying, Chairman, about changing the rules or
Sir.
Yes.
All right. So the Republican-controlled Texas legislature should change the rule that will end the practice.
Maybe adopt.
Okay.
Well, the rule,
That's what I said.
That's the way you run your business.
The rule.
Exactly. I'm always right.
There you go. I like
Adopt a
that. That's
rule
good.
that would end the practice of awarding committee chairmanships to Democrats.
Thank you.
Can we remove that after to ensure? Do we need that?
Which,
To ensure all legislative priorities are given
oh,
fair.
yeah.
That's good.
Do you take should out?
Okay, one more.
I don't like should again. Shall. Can we change should to shall?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I
Should to
can't hear
shall.
you.
I like
The amendment offered to you is changing should to shall.
Oh, that's good. I love these great wordsmiths that are in here. There's so many of you. Oh, y'all are awesome.
We have a motion to adopt. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The language is
Mr.
adopted.
Chairman?
Yes.
If there is a prioritization list we present, I recommend this be our number one.
Well, thank you.
It was number one on mine when I voted. Thank you.
Okay, your
nothing
next
else
one.
matters.
We're going to move on to save women's sports, I believe.
Yes, and again, we had great help from both Jonathans from Texas Values. This is short, concise, to save women's sports. Protect women's opportunities, health, safety, and fair play in college sports by banning biological men from competing on women's college athletic teams.
I'm not sure we want to say college athletic teams.
Well, there's a reason why we did that, because we've already done it through high school.
Yep.
Once
But that
they,
didn't cover NCAA.
huh? Say it again.
It doesn't cover NCAA.
That's
So,
what college. That's what
if we
college
put-
is.
If we'll put the,
What about
yeah.
universities? Our universities are not the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Yep.
sorry.
College, well, that's the best way to put it, because that includes all of them.
Colleges and universities are not the same thing.
Collegiate sports.
I'm good with that.
Please.
My concern is, I don't know if this is a friendly amendment, do we want to add, because, individual sports, we don't want, I mean, I guess there is a golf team, but I don't want a golf, if a university or whatever has one golfer, I don't want that to be a man who's going to be competing against women from other universities.
Okay, well, we could
That's
just
right.
say women's collegiate
Athletics.
athletics.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
That fixes it.
That's it. That's it.
Athletic.
Competing in.
We made it shorter. Good job.
Okay, and
In rather than on.
competing in. Okay, and in that first, on the second line there, do we have to change that to collegiate as well? To play in
I think that would be wise.
collegiate sports? By banning biological men from competing in women's collegiate athletics?
You don't even have to have college.
Yeah, just take it out.
Request for information.
Yes.
Request for information. The word health, protect women's health in sports by banning. I guess I don't understand how that is effective, so I'd like somebody to share that with me. Thank you.
Okay, somebody was on the committee. Okay, please.
So as a member on the committee,
and as a mom of an athlete, I mentioned this yesterday, that some of our sports involved contact between players. So, for example, my daughter plays soccer. Now, she has opportunity to play in college. Let's say she goes up against biological males. Well, then that's literally the potential to have head-to-head contact between women and men, and it's not the same. You know, it's not safe necessarily between two women, but you add a bigger, stronger guy out there, and that's a bigger issue. And so from that perspective, it does affect the health and safety of our women.
So it's the idea of health and safety in the phraseology of what it would do. So protect women's opportunities, health, safety, and fair play in sports by banning biological men from competing in women's collegiate athletics. We have a motion. We have a second.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just I was a fencer in college, and we fenced other men. So my issue is not that men compete with women, it's that they compete as women. As women in women's sports. It's not like I fenced men
Did you compete with men?
But they did not. They were not pretending to be women.
Did they compete in the same, or was it just that you practiced and/or?
Yeah.
We competed against each other, but they did not. But when we competed with women, they did not pretend to be women. It's not that men and women compete against each other. It's that men compete pretending to be women.
Mr. Chairman.
Who's that? Okay, let's go here and then we'll come here.
Jenner makes a very important distinction. There are some sports, fencing is a good example, where the natural physical advantage that men have is largely negated because fencing is mainly about speed and accuracy. The same could be said about chess. Who cares whether it's a man or a woman playing chess? But with things such as swimming, to name...
chess isn't a sport. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, we could talk about golf and curling as well, but but where it comes into play is when sports are already segregated by gender.
Right.
That's where the issue is, and people like Leah Thomas come in and say, no, I'm a woman, and okay, in you go. So I agree with this.
Okay, I'm going to go down here and then back, please.
When we were conferring with your son and the other two gentlemen, they contacted a women's group who did this for a living, and they specifically said it this way because it does not include the co-ed sports.
Right. It's segregated.
It's
Yes.
women's collegiate
That's my
athletics.
point.
It's not the co-ed athletics.
Right.
And also, that's the language they're using on a national level, too.
Right.
Yes.
My point is just that if it's a co-ed sport, it's not women's athletics, it's co-ed athletics. So in that case, if it's co-ed, of course men can, and for the very reasons that we've talked about.
Got it. So does that satisfy your thought in the process that it's not co-ed, such as fencing, chess, curling?
I would be happier if it said biological men from competing as women in women's college athlete, whatever you have up there.
Can I propose to add the word only, women's only collegiate athletics? Would that take care of that, or are you completely fine with this current language?
Biological
You think
men
it takes-
as women. I'll defer. It just would be better if they would not compete as women. That's the problem in anything.
We're not writing law.
Even co-ed sports. A man is going to compete as a man in a co-ed sport.
No, I think because it's not co-ed, I like that.
I think keeping the object
Okay.
of the objective of the wording, and with the input that we've received from several people, that it,
All right,
unless you, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the wording as presented.
Second. All those in favor of adopting as presented?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. It's adopted.
Another one down.
Number 5.
He may not be letting us go till 2:30 because
Members, we're going to move on to Subcommittee 5. These are very short, as you can see, very easy for us to adopt.
Yeah, right.
So, and by the way, we had no input from anyone. It was just us. No, joking. We had many people show up to help us with the wording. I believe people that were both qualified, expert, in order to help us with our language. First one is abolish abortion in Texas. Abolish abortion by ensuring the right to life and equal protection of the laws of all preborn children from the moment of fertilization. That is basically the language in the current one. Then this next section, including adopting effective tools to ensure the enforcement of our laws to protect life when district attorneys fail to do so. That was the enforcement portion of it, because this is where we're having the issues of district attorneys saying, pass whatever you want, we will not at all enforce that.
Mr. Chairman, according to a paper that I received from Abolish Abortion, they would like to end this with and oppose legislation that denies preborn children the equal protection of the laws.
Thank you. We addressed that in our committee. Just to respond, we addressed that in our committee, and the committee just determined to not include that language, but that doesn't mean I'm saying that we can't. We have a motion to include the language back in. And is there a second on that? Is there a second? Oh, I'm sorry. He's going to put it up here.
Yeah, he's going to write it.
Mr. Chairman, can I give a point of information for? We also showed this language to them, and they were good with it. So when we finished writing it, they approved it. They didn't have any problem with it.
Thank you for that clarification. This is the proposed amendment, and as was already stated, we did have discussion within the committee, and the folks representing Abolish Abortion Texas were acceptable at that time to the language that we proposed. Do we have any other?
Yeah.
Okay, do we have, please.
It says it.
Oh,
It's
okay. Wait, do we have a second?
I have a comment. That last part is redundant to the very first part because it says the same thing.
Right.
I don't disagree or agree. Do we have a second on this amendment?
I guess not.
With that, what's that? Yeah. Okay, so we do have a second on the amendment.
Now.
Okay.
So I heard the word redundant. I agree with that. I think this language is just saying, don't do what the first part of this thing says not to do. Does that make sense?
Right.
Anything else?
Do we just say that? Yeah. Don't do what this thing says now.
Okay, members, so we have a motion to adopt this amendment, and we have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The nays have it. The amendment fails.
Oh, the amendment. I'm sorry. Retract.
I'm not sure if you would have added yours that it would have.
I abstain.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we accept this as it is.
Members, we've had a motion to adopt the language as presented and a second.
Including
Yeah, it's supposed to.
lowercase.
There.
No, we have a second.
Seconded. Yeah.
while we're grammaring, should this be abolish abortion by ensuring the right to life and equal protection of the law to all preborn children?
Yes.
Yes.
That was a quick one.
Is equal protection of the law as a phrase, or are we saying equal protection of the laws as meaning any laws? Because we often confuse the term equal protection of the law as a term versus this being a sentence structure that's equal protection of the laws.
And I just received clarification as well that the 14th Amendment says laws plural. So for consistency, I think that's a good idea. So I
like
withdraw my suggestion.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll take the 14th Amendment as the source document.
Yeah, those are a bunch of old.
Okay, we have the motion to accept as presented, and it's second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The words are not. Okay, members, the next item of business is the Secure and Protect Texans is the title, and you can see the wording there. In light of the federal government's refusal to defend the southern border, Texas should immediately deny all taxpayer-funded services and subsidies to illegal immigrants and call on the governor to assert his duty as given to him in Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3 of the U.S. Constitution to declare an invasion of our Texas border and do everything in his power to protect Texans from this invasion. The legislature should direct the governor to enter into an interstate compact with one or more states for border security.
Request a friendly amendment here to change the words should to shall.
Thank you.
That's acceptable.
I'll second it.
Yes.
Along the lines of what we've done, some of the others, should it start at Texas? Texas should immediately, instead of in light of, and take out in light of the federal government's. I'm suggesting that as an amendment.
That's a friendly, I'll accept it.
Thank you.
Yes, right here.
I'm going to talk about run-on sentences again. Can we put some periods and make a couple or three sentences out of this long sentence?
Please, give.
So after immigrants.
After immigrants, period. And then the government must or shall, I wouldn't even say call on the government, I would say the governor shall assert his duty as given to him.
Yes, I agree.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah. I think that I have information. I think you need to leave that as given to him because the governor does not really operate under the federal constitution. He operates under the Texas Constitution, and it's the federal constitution that gives that to him. That Article 1, Section 10 is the U.S. Constitution. So I think it needs to remain
May I offer a friendly amendment there?
Yes.
Because when we take office, we take oaths to both constitutions, and the U.S. Constitution does provide for that. Should we say under the constitutions of the United States and of Texas?
So reword the sentence and say.
Right, as given to him, unless Beto wins and identifies as a woman, her, but as given to him under the constitutions of the United States and of Texas, or the U.S. and of Texas.
I think part of it in our discussion is imperative that we had clearly that Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3 of the Constitution is that which grants the governor that. That's why it was specific. Oh, we've already had the parenthetical deal, so no, I don't think so.
Instead of as given to him, as assigned under the Constitution?
So are you still wanting to add the Texas Constitution, which I think is implied since he's the governor of Texas?
I guess not. I wanted to make sure we preserve the reference to the U.S. Constitution because the governor does operate under that. He just also operates under the Texas Constitution. So I think as it was is okay, but I would capitalize Constitution.
Okay. The governor shall assert his duties as given to him in the article, and we capitalize Constitution. Good. Yes.
I want to offer a friendly, I don't know who to, but this time I would speak against shall, and I would change it to we call upon the governor to assert his duties.
Go ahead. And if it's on this particular ad, or is it on something else?
I was just quick, abbreviate article, section, and clause like we did in the other one.
Okay, so I accept that this, we call on the governor to assert, if that's acceptable. Upon. We call upon. Yes.
With that change, would it be better to say we call upon the governor to assert his duty under Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3?
That's better.
Yes.
We got rid of 6 or 7 characters there.
Not only that, we have said that it's.
Okay, members, is there any other grammatical? Yes. Interstate and compact, we will capitalize. That's acceptable, yes.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to allow discussion about the title yet, or just the body?
No, the title's open.
Okay. Along the lines of what we've done with some of the other resolutions, homing in on keywords that people are very familiar with, I would put the word border in there.
Yes, just so you know, we had that discussion in our, and the application is at the border, but the security and the protection is for all Texans, meaning people in Amarillo and people in Dallas and everything. So we were trying to make it to where it's not just a border issue, but that's definitely kind of a discussion on what makes people move.
Well,
so
yeah, but if that's that's your desire, why don't you just say secure the border and protect Texans?
Yes.
That's good. I like that.
Not securing the border affects everybody in Texas.
Secure the border and protect Texans.
Protect Texans.
Texans.
There you go.
No.
It's more words.
No.
This is the title.
Yeah. Right.
yeah, so that's good then. We've got.
Becomes
Good, so we do have that in there. Secure the border and protect Texans. Yes.
I would like to make a legal change to the word illegal immigrants. That word does not exist in law anywhere. It's illegal aliens in the law.
Aliens.
I'd like to change immigrants to alien.
Thank you.
Mars and every place.
Yes, thank you very much. We have a motion to accept the language as amended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. It's accepted. Members, we're moving on to the next one. Protect parental rights and authority. And it'll be up on the screen in just a second. I believe this is our last one. Yes, please.
We accepted the amendment, but then we voted the whole thing?
We accepted it as amended.
I'm
Chairman.
okay with that.
Yes.
I just was checking the procedure.
If we went to, okay, then let's back up just so I don't have somebody come and give me a parliamentary nightmare. We'll back up
Not that far.
just to make sure we're operating clearly. Yes.
I
I'm
have a
sorry,
question.
I didn't think of this till after we had talked about illegal aliens. When the federal government brings them in and lets them in, they are not illegal anymore.
Yeah.
They call it on the border, they call it, it's some sort of hospitality thing. It's a different word.
Understand that. But legally, they're illegal aliens. That's the legality.
They're
of-
non-residents. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, members, so we've made and accepted several friendly amendments. So let's vote on the language.
I have a point, a request for information.
Yes.
And this is pure ignorance. The last sentence, the legislature shall direct the governor to enter into an interstate compact with one or more states for border security. I'm not opposed to that at all. I'm just wondering, is there a legal reason why they have to do it? They have to. I've never heard of directing the governor. They pass laws, right? I'm sorry. This is ignorance.
Yes. So the interstate compact is entered into amongst states, and with those compacts, the governors enter into those compacts. And when we get 2 or more states into that compact, it allows the states to be able to then enforce federal law. But so you can't do it independently, but once you get 2 states together, then it would allow some of that. So therefore, it gives us more. Right. The legislature, I don't know if it's through resolution and or if it's through law, or if then the governor is the one who enters into the compact on behalf of the citizens.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, members, so the motion is to adopt all of the amendments that have been put onto this language, and we'll first do that, and then we'll go on to the as a whole. So all those in favor of adopting the amendments to this language signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Now that we've adopted the amendments, we'll vote on the language itself and the title. So do I have a motion?
I move.
We move. We have second. All in favor of adopting the title and the language for this resolution signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, parental rights and authority. Let me read through it, and then I'll acknowledge from there. Parents, regardless of marital status, should be recognized as the primary decision maker in all decisions and all matters with regards to their children. The rights to raise their children are protected in Texas law. There's a fundamental constitutional right, and there's a presumption that fit parents act in the best interest of their children. This includes empowering parents and guardians to choose from public, private, charter, or homeschool options for their children's education using tax credits or exemptions without government restraint or intrusion. Legislation should be enacted to protect these rights with enforcement mechanisms and civil and criminal penalties. Yeah, mechanisms. Any discussion or amendments? Yes, please.
I don't have an exact amendment to offer, but what we don't do in this, we do a great job of school choice in here, but we do not ban CRT or social emotional learning, and it was in the parental rights topic, so we've not addressed that at all, and that was definitely an important thing for our delegates.
Did we not address that in our...
That was the sex education that we addressed. But we haven't addressed CRT or social emotional learning, nor a focus.
Chairman, can I address that?
Yes, please.
So in the committee, because it gets wordy when you're putting 2 or 3 of these together. We did talk about that. We even talked about the medical aspect of it. That's why we use the words all a couple of times, all decisions, and all matters, because if we put down everything that we really want, this will be 4 or 5 paragraphs, and nobody's going to read it all, and it'll be too specific, I'm afraid. It is already too long. I agree.
Yeah, it's already long, and so that's what we did include. I remember that all decisions and all matters with regards to their children.
Chairman, the phrase regardless of marital status, why was, can the committee inform me as to why that was included or why they felt that was necessary?
That was included with the idea that both parents, regardless of their marital status, had the parental authority for the children.
So whether the parents had never married, they were father and they were mother, by definition, is that all that means?
Or divorced.
Yeah.
Correct. Please.
Chairman, I make a motion to strike regardless of marital status.
Second.
Okay, members, you've heard a motion and a second to remove regardless of marital status. Open for discussion.
Yeah.
We have a...
Yes. Yesterday we all voted to not include.
Yeah, please speak.
Yesterday we all voted to not include equal parenting. I kind of feel like that's what's happening here, because if these parents, let's say they're divorced, were capable of making decisions together on the kids' education, medical, and the other things covered, they would have figured that out in mediation. I just think parents is clean, and we should leave it as parents.
Okay, we go here, and then we'll come back there. Yes.
Whether they're single, divorced, married, whatever, their parents are the parents. We don't need, it doesn't matter what their marital
Okay, yeah.
Probably should add guardians as well, so that, does parents cover guardians?
Yeah, I believe it says guardians a little bit lower, but let's look. That's a good thought there. Okay, so what was your point on? Were you in support of?
I'm just saying we don't need the regardless of marital status.
Okay,
'cause
good.
parents covers it.
SD 21, Julie.
I move to amend this by adding the following.
It's already got
Okay,
an amendment.
this
over.
one,
I'm so
we have
sorry.
the current amendment on the
Oh, I
floor now,
apologize.
so let's discuss this one and vote on this one first. Any other discussion? Okay, members, I'll entertain, we have a motion to, and we have a second to remove the language regardless of marital status. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. Okay, now let's go back to,
So I'd like to amend by adding ban critical race theory and social emotional learning or any other propagation of hate, discrimination, racism, and resentment to be able with rhetoric and actions. And that came directly from one of our resolutions that were sent up from delegates. I don't care.
Hello. I don't know about her wording, but we cannot leave here without mentioning SELs and CRT.
Right.
Not anywhere in here, just somewhere. We must address it. It's very important. Every single district seems this is all over. This is very important nationwide. If it goes in here or we have to open something else up, we have to address it.
I can't hear you.
We can't hear the microphone.
I think the reason it didn't make it in here was that when we were sorting out all of the issues a couple of days ago, for CRT, I believe was on there, but it didn't make it up into the upper tier of priorities. I'm not sure why. I think I remember someone saying there was a ban on CRT put on by the legislature last time, and therefore it just with everything else going on, it didn't fit into any place, and we never did when we were condensing all of the priorities. We never did condense it in. Now, I don't know whether that was right or wrong, but I think that's the reason that it wasn't in here.
Well, I'd like to speak to that. I agree with Janera. We're going to have to include those two words because delegates are going to be looking for them. And we can't ignore those two things. That's what's activated the majority of people in the last 9 months. So we need to do that.
yes.
I just wanted to offer where to put this after intrusion, close to the end, right, just prior to the legislation should be enacted. And even,
Right after intrusion. No, right after intrusion. And can you bring over what, because it was long.
it was very long, and I'm not married to exactly what it says. It just came from here.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the bottom sentence regarding enforcement penalties and such, again, we're not writing law. If the legislature doesn't do it and they know that we want to do it, that's on them.
expand on that if they don't want to.
If they don't put enforcement penalties in their legislation, it'll come back to bite them. I know, but, you know, we keep extreme, this is adding more stuff, doesn't get the idea any clearer.
Well, to me, the idea is that we want them to put in these enforcement mechanisms.
Do you want CRT? Do you want enforcement?
Yes.
It's too long to be a priority.
I'm. Thank you. I'll go.
I'm going to change subjects, so if you want to keep on the subject.
You mean you're going to offer another amendment?
Yes.
Because we're on this amendment still.
Oh, we're on an amendment.
Yes.
Well, I lost track of that one.
Yeah, but I'm getting together the wording.
Oh.
No, after this amendment, after this motion, I have a motion.
Okay, good. Okay, so did we get a second on the CRT? We did get a second. Okay.
Can we, I think my amendment doesn't change that. Can we pin that one and so we can, anyway.
Pin. We have a motion to pin a, I'm joking. Did we get have we got the language in?
Yeah, the wording's coming.
That's on.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize. I thought she handed it to you. Yes, let's just keep moving. So
Okay,
let's go here and then here. Quick.
All right, so I'm offering an amendment, and I know you've already addressed this, but where it's back at the beginning, parents should be recognized as the primary decision makers in all decisions in all matters. I feel like repeats itself.
Yes. Yes.
If it reads, parents should be recognized as the primary decision makers with regards to their children.
With regard.
With regard to their children. Now, I know you addressed the all decisions and matters, but I really think something there is repeating itself.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and it's a friendly amendment. It's acceptable to our committee.
Yep.
And so, yeah.
I also have an amendment to change the words should to shall.
I love his attitude.
I believe with the applause, you do have the acceptance of that.
All in favor, say hooray.
Regards to their children.
Point of information, what happened to the CRT amendment?
We're still working on it. That's why we've moved. I thought that we had it, but we just, yeah, we're holding on that one as we're getting the language, and then we're going to go from there.
So while
Yes.
we're waiting, may I
Yes,
make another
please.
motion
Yes,
to
sir.
consider?
Yes.
After children's education, where it says using tax credits and exemptions, is to delete using tax credits and exemptions and insert where the money follows the child.
Okay, members, so the proposed amendment, do we have a second on that?
Second.
Well, let me finish. Okay, the proposed amendment is where the money follows the child.
Deleting.
And deleting.
Using tax credit and exemptions.
Using.
Sorry.
And then using should be in the blue. Yeah.
Yeah, deleting using also?
Yeah. No. Okay, members, you can visually see the motion. Since this is substantive, I want to go ahead and make sure that everybody sees the substantive nature. If there's any discussion, we're deleting using tax credits or exemptions and replacing it where the money follows the child. Please.
Speak to the motion. We are trying to give parents the control of their education, their kids' education. In college, we don't have strings. We allow Pell Grants to go to college.
Yeah.
Is the mic
All right.
on?
Is it on? Yeah.
Okay. So let me start over.
It's not on.
It's not on.
Turn it on.
Yes, it's on.
It's not working.
I think we lost. Is mine working? I think we lost mine.
Testing.
Test.
Oh no, I lost my mic.
Okay, folks. So speak up, folks. I think we lost the mics for a moment. So please speak up.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time. I may need to wait on this, but I would like to change the time.
Yeah. Not at this moment. We have another motion that's on the floor right now.
Just remember me when you
Thank you.
How much an explanation do you want? We want the money to follow the child, giving the parents the control of where their kids are going to be educated, how they're going to be educated. If they don't like someplace, they can go somewhere else. It addresses CRT also, because if I don't like where they're being taught, I can go to another school. So it gives them that control. So that's where I'd like to see the money following the child as opposed to tax credits and exemptions. I think our delegates will get lost with tax credits and exemptions. I know that was in the last legislature, and it did not get the hearing that I think it should have, but following the money following the child is the only solution to this problem.
Okay. Any other discussion on this one? Yes.
Specifically change that to say using tax credits or exemptions because somebody who's only paying $800 for their school taxes shouldn't be getting the same tax, shouldn't be getting the same voucher money as somebody who's paying $8,000. And that was the question. You get back, you get credit for what you were being charged, so it becomes a net zero.
I don't think so. That's not how it works.
No.
What was mentioned before, that is not a system that works anywhere in the United States. Where the money here, we're spending thousands of dollars in public schools where we spend 60% of that in private schools. There's so much money being wasted that we just direct those funds towards the child.
Please talk into a.
We can't.
Well,
Yeah, you can
I
talk.
do,
It's
so I
working
can
now.
talk.
It
We're
does
working
work
now,
now.
all right.
The mics are back on. Okay, right here. And then we'll
Well, and to that issue, we're not worried about what the parents are getting. The money following the child is for the child's benefit, not for the parents' benefit.
Yes, thank you.
And this doesn't reflect the mechanism or the amount. It just says that whatever that is will follow the child.
Right, right.
Okay.
Somebody call the
Any
question.
other?
Okay, so it's so long, and I'm just wondering if there's not a better way to approach this. And what I'm thinking is,
Well, are you talking about the amendment?
I'm not sure what's on the floor.
It's the
No, I said I'm
what's
not
striking
sure
what's in
now.
blue and adding what's in yellow. Okay.
We have the difficulty that we're combining too many issues here. I think
let's
agreed
just
this is it,
address
so-
this and then we'll address the next. Since this was
I never did understand using tax credits or exemptions because not that many people pay that much state tax, and then you get into some really complicated questions if you're trying to apply a Texas credit to a federal tax return, and if families don't make a great deal of money in the first place, they're probably not paying much tax. And as
Agreed.
my colleague observed correctly, the money is for the benefit of the child.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So do you move?
Is there anybody speaking against this? Then I so move we vote.
Okay. You've heard the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
I just want y'all to know that we're getting a lot of input, that there were a lot of people against this in the Education Subcommittee yesterday, and a lot of people have testified, so I think we need to go carefully.
Well, a number of people also testified in favor of this too, so.
It's true.
Okay, members, the motion to amend by deleting using tax credits or exemptions and replacing it with where the money follows the child. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Okay, in order to,
Well,
again,
no, actually, hold on. I need to acknowledge over here, and I'll come back to you.
I was actually, for the sake of brevity, just going to try to cut some language.
Okay, what was, what?
Yes, I was going to cut language as well.
Okay, because I think we addressed the adding of the language, and then the brevity would be next.
Oh,
Okay.
Brevity might help.
Okay, members, I'm going to, I entertain a motion that we table this particular for the moment, because I think we need a break. I think there's some hangriness that's starting to set in. So.
We have to break at 2:30 though, right?
What's that?
Yeah. We have to break at 2:30 anyway.
How many SREC members do we have in there? So, okay, we have 3, 4. Okay, then I withdraw. We'll just go ahead and we'll press on to finish. Okay, so the current amendment that is on is highlighted in yellow. It's to add language to include the CRT and the SCL. So there's discussion on this amendment.
yes, sir. For the sake of brevity, I would like to end it after SEL, period, and then delete everything after it.
Is that a friendly amendment or
Yeah,
not?
is that acceptable?
It seemed that we banned critical race theory and then we got social emotional learning. And so if we say, okay, can you put, sorry. It seemed as though that we got CRT banned supposedly, but then it re-evolved as social emotional learning. And so I don't see that that wouldn't happen again. And so I think it's important to include, any type of program that does that.
But, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
but what I want to say is that the other side says that it's hate using hate is what's being bandied about everyone. And so they say it's hate to ban the CRT and the social emotional learning and all that. So I think maybe discrimination or racism, but I think the word hate is not a good one to have in there.
So you're saying to remove hate out of that list?
At least hate. I like the just removing everything after SEL.
Okay.
I have a comment between or any derivation thereof.
That might be a good one.
I like that too.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I like that too. And it just came in as the resentment among people of Texas, so I just took that straight from what came in, but I don't believe that needs to be in there.
Yeah, I like that.
And it also didn't mention in K through 12 public education in that message, so if that needs to be made clear.
At this point, the application we talked about earlier. Okay, members, so the amendment now before us is in the yellow to add ban critical race theory, CRT, and social emotional learning, SEL, or any derivation thereof.
Could we tie it into the parental rights a little bit better instead of just coming out with a flat statement of ban right in the middle? Can we because we have up here, this includes empowering parents and guardians to choose, blah, blah, blah. If in front of ban, we put this also includes parental right to
But then she's going to ask
choose.
for a period in the second sentence.
But that would be good because it could say an education free of or free from ban CRT. I mean, take off ban. It could
So
be
it would- so
education
it said-
free of CRT and SEL, or any derivation thereof, but my question would be, they call them those things. Does that include actual education in discrimination and racism? They would say those things are not discriminating or not being racist. Agree? Yes. So I'd be concerned about removing the discrimination and racism part. Any instruction that is discriminatory or racist.
Can I offer a friendly amendment?
Please.
See if you'll accept it. I would say to tie this in and also make it a lot more brief. If we go back up to the top of this plank where we talk about parents' rights, and this is right after the title of the amendment, which is, or the plank. If we say parents shall be recognized as the primary decision makers with regard to their children, and then make room by taking out the next sentence, which is basically just a statement of fact that everyone is going to agree with. And then move the, we could say, with regard to their children, including shielding them from indoctrination such as critical race theory, social emotional learning, or any derivation thereof. And then that way we tie the parental rights together. We get this under the umbrella of parental rights in a really explicit way, and we compress the entire thing.
So that isn't necessarily an amendment to my part as far as deleting that, but also, do we want to ban these things, or do we want to shield them from them? And that's a question.
That's a good point. I'm just trying to figure out a way to get this all under parental rights. Sure, it would be.
What if we just?
Yes, we can always tie it to.
I was just going to suggest that we start off. This is such a bang, and it's what everybody's looking for. We start the plank with this language, ban critical race theory, blah, blah, and then we work on the rest of it. And the rest of it follows.
Members, let's first take care of this amendment that's before us in the yellow and the blue. Yes.
Was that a friendly amendment to remove everything after thereof?
Yes.
And did I say I was good with that? Can I reject my good with that because it doesn't hold those discrimination and racism in there?
Sure. Yes, you may.
Thank you. I would like it to keep, or any propagation of discrimination or racism, and leave it at that.
So remove hate.
Okay, so then it makes it an amendment to the amendment, and we have to vote on that, whether it's friendly or not.
To mine?
It's still offered.
So I'm changing my amendment, though?
No,
Gotcha.
we're going to vote. Did you offer? Who offered to take all that off?
Oh, I see.
Who
Take
offered?
all that out.
You offered that.
Yes.
So
And I'm fine with it.
you're fine. Do you want to continue to pursue your amendment to the amendment?
Yes, you do.
Yes, I do. It's short.
Okay. So members, what's before us right now is an amendment to the amendment, which would now remove everything after thereof. No, we have to vote on the amendment to the amendment, and then we'll do it as amended. So what's before us is an amendment to the amendment, which would remove everything in blue or any propagation to the word action from the amendment. Do I had a motion? Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Now we're back on the amendment, which is in yellow before us.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment that we add the word paraxis, ban the paraxis of CRT. Okay. No.
Does that mean the teaching?
Okay, I'm sorry. Is that acceptable to the author?
Because teachers are trained in CRT, and they're supposed to be passing it on.
Just ban it.
That helps.
You ban CRT, you ban practice in every other form.
It's too long already. I'm trying to shorten it, not increase it.
So do you have your amendment? Is this your amendment? I'm just making sure what we don't. You want to withdraw?
If you ban it, it's gone. You can't use it, you can't teach it.
Okay, the amendment's been withdrawn. Okay. Yeah. Members, you've heard the motion to adopt what's before us in yellow for the amendment. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted.
I have amended to strike the second sentence, which is redundant to the first.
Second.
Yay, second, third.
Members, we have a motion to strike what you see here in blue. We have a second. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. It's adopted.
Yes. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to change the title. You know, one of the big purposes of this is school choice. So I would like to change it to school choice and parental rights, because the school choice will get the delegates' attention.
After the word protect?
I don't know if that needs to be in there, but it can be.
Well, we don't.
I don't think you
have
do.
to have a verb. Yes.
We had testimony from one of our representatives that suggested we change the verbiage to increase educational opportunities for children.
Yeah.
Well, it does appear that we have lost sound, and the engineers are there working to correct it. So just stay tuned. We'll get that, hopefully, that will get back up and running soon.
Favor of the amendment to strike school choice and replace it with educational freedom, please raise your hand and keep them up. Yeah, we're gonna remove school choice and. She doesn't. Keep your hands up.
Nobody has elbows.
Okay, you may lower your hands. All those opposed to the replacement of school choice. Okay, very good.
Well, there you go.
The ayes have it, so the amendment is adopted. Educational choice. Educational freedom. I'm telling you, you're losing me. And parental rights. Okay, let's go here, and then we'll come on.
I think that's a good.
Yeah, you're on. You're on.
Okay. I think that's a good choice to put educational freedom in there because that will allow us to, at some point, I think, be able to incorporate into parental rights and educational freedom the banning the critical race theory. I think it'll make it a lot easier to find the terminology to go with that.
Excellent. Excellent. Yes. Let's get a microphone, please. That's good.
Is there some reason why we can't have educational freedom, comma, school choice, and parental rights?
I believe just the length of the title starts to.
Appropriate to make another motion at this point? Are we on a motion, or are we?
Yeah, I think there's nothing right now.
I am concerned with the first sentence being unnecessary. That sentence is already true. In fact, in a CPS case, when a child is removed from the parents, the judge has to find that the parents are no longer the primary decision makers with regard to their children. So I think it's not necessary and redundant. I would move we remove the first sentence as it's not necessary.
I second the motion.
Okay, so is and explain your point was that you think because it's true, it should not be.
It's already the case. It says the parent shall be recognized. They already are. It's the default position, and the courts have to find something different.
I have a
and if we were presenting this to the courts, I'd probably definitely be in favor of
I
that.
have an amendment that may solve that problem. I disagree that the courts just automatically assume that. I think today they always don't. But I think if we just said parents are, how did I write this? Parents are the decision makers for the children. It takes out that if, it says they are.
That actually would, because the way it is they're saying
That we're-
shall be means
yeah,
you have
they
to do
need
something, but
permission.
you don't. Yeah,
They don't need
we don't need
permission.
permission.
They
It's the
are.
fact. I think that solves the problem.
Okay, members, on the amendment set before us, is it a comment on this?
Friendly?
Yes, but is it on this topic?
Yeah, it's on the first
I-
line.
On the first line, good. Just want to.
Okay, so we've gone into a laundry list, which I don't like, but I'm wondering if we do the first line, if it would be friendly to say, shall create, along Senator Hall's representation during his thing, shall create a parent's Bill of Rights, including but not limited to, and then we go into this list of the things. I'm not proposing that we eliminated any one thing, but I'm wondering if that might shorten it. I don't know. Friendly, not. Sorry.
Hold on one real quick. So who originally had this amendment? Okay, very good. So, and what was your proposal?
To change that first sentence to shall create a parent's Bill of Rights, including but not limited to, and then list the content.
I'm opposed to that. I don't want to make this any longer than it already is.
I was trying to make it
you're
shorter.
opposed to it, so it isn't.
Well, but I don't think it shortens it, though.
Woo!
Hello.
Okay.
What is going on?
So it's not acceptable to the author at this point.
I don't like it.
I've got a friendly.
Can we vote on the RD?
What's that?
Can we vote on the RD?
I've got a friendly amendment to help shorten it. If we were to say, as parents are the primary decision maker, and then the following sentence could be modified, they empower them to choose.
Yes.
Okay. As parents are.
Children,
comma.
parents and guardians are empowered.
No, empower
Parents and
them.
guardians are empowered to choose.
No, you need to say empower them.
Even simpler, if you put as parents and guardians are the primary decision maker, empower them to choose from.
And guardians after parents. The first one.
I was trying to make this shorter. Yeah, we got it. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before we vote on this amendment, I want to give a little, I don't know what this is, my 2 cents, I guess. But if we word it this way, it sounds like we're only empowering parents to have the school choice. And I think that the spirit of this is we want to empower parents to choose everything for their children. So I think that wording may need a little bit more clarification.
Yeah, the original wording said that they were in all matters. They were the primary decision maker in all matters. To make it inclusive. Right.
I guess, point of clarification.
Yes.
Are we still amending my motion?
Basically, your
Okay.
original one, that's what we're amending right now.
Making sure I knew where we were at.
Yes. So you're still the author of this lovely amendment.
The R before empowered would have to come out if we take empowered out.
Oh, wait, no, I'm adding.
Oh, you're adding. I've got them backwards.
They are.
No, it's parents and guardians are empowered. Yes, so now it would be they, because by adding guardians to the first line, you're enabled to remove parents and guardians from line 4 and replace it with they. Did you do that? Parents and guardians, line 4. Replace it with they.
No, I do. I like that part, but I don't like taking out this includes. Because, like you said, it means we're just talking about education.
Okay.
We give parents rights with other things.
Okay, let me come down here. So just a suggestion as we're tweaking this first sentence. Parents are the primary decision makers concerning their children and are empowered to choose a public, private, charter, or homeschool option for their children's education using tax credits or exemptions without government restraint or intrusion. Do I have all of that still right, or has it changed? Okay. Well, just for that first part, as parents are the primary decision makers concerning their children and are empowered to choose. So take out the as parents. So parents are the primary decision makers concerning their children and are empowered to choose a public, private charter. That would be my suggestion.
I think we've changed it too much at this point.
Okay, members, what I'd like to do is vote on this amendment that is before us so we can have some clarity and some language and then go from there.
I'm assuming there have been friendly amendments to get to where we are. Is
Yeah,
that
you've
right?
accepted them all. Yes, you've accepted them all.
I did? Well, because
With
I
the
do-
exception of one.
Well, I have a problem with taking out this includes because I think the original parental rights was things like knowing what your kids are being taught, no matter whether it's CRT or something else, the right to look at textbooks and curricula and stuff. And this doesn't address that. Taking out this includes limits it to what we've got.
Correct, versus
So
saying
I think
it's...
we need to keep this includes. That was the original intent of the parental rights.
Okay, so given that, to be able to incorporate this includes, what's your suggestion?
I think we add back, this includes empowering
Them
to choose from public, private.
This includes empowering them
Keep going.
to
Keep going.
choose.
There you go.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the amendment. Members, you heard the motion to adopt the amendment. All those in favor?
Wait a minute. Let's do it louder. Aye.
No. The yellow is what is added, and then the blue is what is deleted. So it would read as...
It's still not correct on the screen. This include should be yellow. Yeah, that should be yellow. Or no, that should be not
because
in
it was
yellow,
original,
it was in
so...
there originally. Yes.
Yeah.
And
So-
the T should be lowercase in this. Yeah, because it's a comma.
What should be low?
Or change, get rid of this, including empowering. Get rid of the word this and change includes to including.
I thought adding
There
this
you
was
go.
like 20 minutes of conversation.
There you go.
Okay, as parents and guardians, are, need to say are the primary, because okay. Got it. Are the primary decision makers with regard to their children, including empowering them to choose, and we haven't even decided. That's the amendment that's on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I voted for that because I am in favor of reducing the number of words. But I think that we should start with an action word. What do we want them to do? And I think the action word is a very powerful word. It's empower. We need to empower the parents and guardians because they are the primary decision makers, including choosing public, private, charter, however much you want to. But I think we need to let them know up front, you've got a responsibility to make sure the parents can do what they're supposed to be doing. Thank you.
Was that a motion?
It was indeed. Yes, it was.
No, not in the title. No, she was talking in the body.
Yeah, something's messed up there. Empower. It's not a sentence now.
No, not E, just empower. Empower. Empower.
No,
Parents,
that's,
guardians.
that doesn't.
As primary decision makers. To choose. So wipe out including empowering them.
Changing, including allowing them.
Make it.
Including empowering them. Right, so strike that.
Change
including
that to
empowering
allowing.
them.
Change that to, yeah, including allowing them. Change empowering to allowing.
He's going to do it.
Thank you. You seem to be involved, and I'm grateful. Empower parents and guardians as the primary decision makers to choose. I don't think we need any words up to there.
Decision maker with regard to the children.
That can be later.
So with
It's
regard.
not motion. Hold on, guys.
Wait, stop, slow down.
So eliminate
Including
empowering,
allowing them.
So it reads, empower parents and guardians as the primary decision makers with regard to their children to choose from public, private, charter, or homeschool options for their children's education where the money follows the child without government restraint or intrusion, as well as banning critical race theory, social emotional learning, or any derivation thereof. Would that encompass everything that you would want?
I think, I have a comment. I think that it's turning this more into a school choice bill than a parental rights / educational freedom bill. Because you're coupling the school choice with the empowering.
Right.
I think it's that wording. I know what you're trying to do, but I mean, it's taking the parental rights aspect of this out of it almost. It's turning it into a school choice bill.
Yes, is that what you want?
I do agree with my distinguished colleague across the way, and that it should have something more with parental rights. But I'm not sure that I have eliminated anything that was regarding parental rights. And if I have, then let's put it back in.
Yeah, well, and you weren't here yesterday, so the problem was we had to take 3 different topics and combine them into one. So we don't want to lose the integrity of some of the ones we had to combine. That's the problem, because of the delegates that send in the resolutions.
Over there.
Yes, I'm sorry. We're going to go over here. Yes.
Are we still on an amendment?
Yes.
Am I able to propose replacement language as an amendment that condenses
On this one here?
the whole thing?
We have a current open amendment.
Right, that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
So that's no? Because it could be friendly.
Yes. Who had? Yes, please. Yeah. Yes,
Do you mind?
please.
Yeah, do I send it to you?
Yes.
Do I send it, do you want me to just read it or put it up?
Okay.
Empower parents as the primary decision maker for their children. Texas shall create a parent's bill of rights, including but not limited to the right to enrollment in the school of their choice or homeschool, the right to education free from any propagation of discrimination or racism, such as critical race theory or social emotional learning, the right to access to all information related to their child's education, and the right to privacy of their child's data. Legislation shall be enacted to protect these rights by either enforcement mechanisms and criminal penalties. I think I messed that last part up. To protect these rights.
May I ask a question?
Yes,
Can
please.
you read the last portion of your...
The part I messed up?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Legislation. Rights with. Stand by.
And are we going to be able to get this on the screen? I'd like to see it.
Yes.
The last part is legislation shall be enacted to protect these rights with enforcement mechanisms and civil and criminal penalties. That's the same as up there, but yes,
Okay,
I'll
so
send
can
it.
you send it real quick, and then he'll put that up there, and we'll see a proposed.
To see if it's friendly.
How does that address... May I ask a question?
Please, just.
How does that address the parental rights? Do you think that you've covered that side of this priority that we are discussing?
I do, because some of the things that weren't included in the parental rights part that were brought up by the delegates, if my page will turn, were the data issue.
Could you please send that before you
Before I
address?
answer.
Yes,
Oh,
please.
yeah, no, please send it, yes.
And then we can.
And for you, what specifically are you looking for? What parental rights do you think need to be mentioned?
I believe it had to do with this current language. There was really no mention of an overarching parental rights. I believe as we see the language that's going to be proposed, it starts with the parental bill of rights, which kind of emphasizes the parental rights portion to include, and then the educational freedom will be part of that, as well as some others that were in there.
And I think that's the right direction. Make it the parental rights, and then let it go down.
Right. And so I think that's what we're going to see in this proposed language. And I didn't mean to put words into your mouth. I just.
No, I was fixing to defer to whoever's committee that was, because I had no clue.
Okay.
The proposal's on the right, and it only looks longer. No, is it a bigger font? Let's make it the same size. It might not. It still looks longer.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yep, that's it.
I didn't hear.
Do we need in the school of their choice? Yeah, you need a the before school. Or homeschool.
She did.
It's good. I like it.
Yeah, so that takes care of it at the top, and then these are just
Please
the
talk
two
in the mic.
examples.
I
Yes.
didn't hear what Julie had to say.
She had asked, did I want to add back in the any derivation thereof, and I said no, because we included that with free from any propagation of discrimination or racism, such as CRT and SEL that we have now, but that would take care of it for the future, that those types of ideals are not welcome in whatever they want to call it.
Mr. Chair.
I've got it right here, and then I'll come to you next. Into the microphone.
And I would like to show that we've been through that and had an overwhelming amount. No, overwhelming, but. So I'd like to speak against this amendment at this point. I think there are some things you're trying to do that I would agree with, but I would not agree with taking the money following the child.
Would you rather
Why can't
offer
you
an
amend
amendment
it?
to the amendment? Correct.
I think we go back to the amendment that is on, not, well, whose amendment is it? I'm sorry.
No.
Dale's. I would recommend it not being friendly.
I would like to make it, I'd like to amend this. After homeschool, comma, where the money follows the child without strings attached.
After homeschool comma.
It's getting longer again.
It's okay. Sometimes.
Yeah, yep.
I know.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
members.
accept that.
Members, very quickly. So.
I mean, I like what Julie has done here, and I like the friendly amendment that was just given about the money following the child. There is one more thing that I would like to change.
Okay, members, what I'd like to do is if in fact it's acceptable to the author that we vote on this being as an amendment to replace that language, and then we'll look at amending it.
That's what.
Okay.
Yes, I agree.
So all those in favor of adopting the language here on the right as the amended language signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No. No.
The ayes have it.
Choice in there. No education for you to follow the money.
Okay. Up. I told you about hangry. Let's hold up. Okay. So now we have this language in front of us. And one amendment, I think, is to be offered.
Yes, I'd like to re-offer my amendment about adding in money following the child.
And I believe that was what was offered by SD 31.
Right.
Could you restate your amendment now?
Okay, after homeschool, you need to put where the money follows the child without strings attached.
Sounds good.
I think that should be a comma after it.
Mr. Sir, I've got my.
Yes.
Okay. So, do not parents already have the right to enroll their children in public school, homeschool, private school already, so that they have the right to do that?
No, not every parent, not every child. The people that can afford it, yes.
Well, right, but it's still right. So follow me here. Follow me here. With the exception of the money. So, in order to shorten it a little bit, including but not limited to the right to their choice of schools in which the money follows the child without strings attached.
Why don't you just remove limited to the right? Included it, but not, including the enrollment.
I don't know where we're seeing choice of homeschool, regular school. I mean, there's all, they already have that choice. It's whether or not the money follows it or not. So I'm trying to knock down the words.
Thank you. I see you.
They're trying not to limit it to only public school.
Right, but no, but their choice, we all have a choice of schools. It's whether or not the money follows the child. What we're after is the money following the child, correct? Because we have a choice of schools. Whether we can afford it or not is a different question. But if the money follows the child, that's what we're after.
Yes.
Well, I propose that as an amendment.
Do we have a second?
We have a motion, right?
Do we have a motion?
So I'm suggesting we cut down the words. This may not be perfect, but including but not limited to the right of choice of schools in which the money follows the child without strings attached. I'm sure that can be improved. Or it's choice of schooling. Choice of schooling, I believe.
Any discussion?
The people least likely to get a quality education have no choice, whether that's a perception or reality, it doesn't matter. They do not have a choice.
Right, and I don't think I don't see how this is taking anything. I'm just trying to cut the words. And I think the words are still relative because if the money follows the child and where they're schooled, it accomplishes what you're after.
I think that the people most at risk do not have a choice, whether that's their perception or their
so
reality.
where does it say now that the people most at risk? It's just choice of schooling, home or school. It's just more words.
We're going to have a comment?
I have a point of inquiry here. Is it not true in Texas that we have the choice of private school, homeschool, or public school, regardless of what the perceived thought is on that? That's my yes or no?
Sure.
Yes. So when we put here, including but not limited to the right of their choice of schooling, we are acknowledging in Texas that there are these three that we just settled on, whether somebody perceives they have them or not, because the law recognizes that they do have these three choices. And so if we add this on here, and just like Vince said, where the money follows the child without strings attached, that actually gives those that have the perception that they don't have a choice, it gives them that choice.
Can I make a punctuation correction? That will
Just
change
a
the
moment.
intent?
Just a moment. Okay, so were you speaking in it for or?
No, I was just trying to ask a question and just try to put that out there to maybe help see where we're going with this. And we have to remember, again, we are not making a law here.
Right.
We are not making the law. We are just trying to guide.
We're trying to clarify the statement of the priority. Please.
So if you move the semicolon, and this was the intent to begin with, the semicolon after Parents' Bill of Rights, and move it to including but not limited to, and put it there, because it was intended for the list that comes after that to not be limited.
Very good. That's good grammatical. It's acceptable.
Yes, sir, and that changes my interpretation of the change of wording.
Okay. Okay.
I meant to say that.
So members, the amendment before you is to strike that in blue and then add that which is in yellow. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted.
Mr. Chairman?
We're now down to 2,000 words for this. Yes, please.
I have a motion that might make it a little bit shorter, maybe.
Okay.
Can we eliminate the whole first sentence from empower to children and just start with Texas shall create? Why do we need that first sentence? Because we're just repeating ourselves. Empower parents, and then we're telling them how. Just start with, tell them what we want to do. So my motion is to eliminate the first sentence.
Okay, members, you've heard the motion and the second. Is there any discussion or questions of the author?
I think it was important for folks to have a verb that's going to show something we're doing, which is empowering the parents, and that actually captured, excuse me, a few things that were in kind of the more wordy top part to begin with. And it kind of wraps it up that we're empowering parents and acknowledging that they're the primary decision maker for their children. And I think that that was kind of pretty important in those kind of that larger paragraph that we deleted a while back ago.
I would agree with that.
I just don't know what's different between that first sentence and then what we're telling them to do. We are empowering parents by creating a parental bill of rights. I don't think we need to tell them.
I think this is more helpful for the delegates to understand that we, as the Republican Party, is going to empower parents.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would like to move that we accept the language as presented at this time.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to adopt this amendment or not. And did we have a?
Did we have a second on that?
Yeah, did we have a second?
I'd call the question.
Okay, so all those members, we have the amendment before us is to remove that first sentence of the language. And I believe there's been discussion both for and against in that. So all those in favor of removing this language signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to move that we accept the language as presented for this priority.
I have to make a call on the amendment first.
I thought it was pretty obvious that the no's had it.
Yeah. Okay, the nays have it.
Okay.
So the amendment fails. Now, members, we have a motion to adopt the language that is presented before us, both title and resolution language. Do I have a second?
Second.
One. Do we need to change? No, we don't.
No. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? I'm sorry, you had an amendment?
She was going to propose an amendment, I believe.
I can't see the ones I want to remove the last sentence because that's what this is all about. It's redundant to the whole process.
No.
Okay. Okay, members. Okay. Members, we have an amendment before us to strike the last sentence from legislation down to penalties. Open for discussion.
Did somebody
Do we have a
second
second? Do we have a second? Second. Okay. Discussion.
I believe
If
that
the reason that you want to keep that sentence is because you want mechanisms and criminal penalties attached to the parental bill of rights, I assume that's what you're talking about. Trying to keep that coalesced, then it needs to be attached to the sentence somewhere above with enforcement mechanisms and civil and criminal penalties. Let's move that portion of it, and I would be open to something of that nature.
Where were you looking to move it to? Where did you propose to move it to?
Just put at the end with.
I have an idea. Something like that.
Would it satisfy your wish if we said Texas shall create a parental bill of rights? Actually, no, I think that's okay. Or maybe just say enforceable with civil and criminal penalties. Well, okay, that with the following clause that messes that up, including but not limited to. Maybe a parent's bill of rights enforceable with civil and criminal penalties, period. These rights shall include but are not limited to, etc. Shall include
but are not limited to.
Include but are not limited to. And then get rid of the entire bottom. I don't know that actually made everything shorter, but
I believe it did.
While I have the mic, where we say the right to access, I think there's an extra two. The right to access all information. I think that's what was meant.
Okay, is this the wording you were intending then, with enforcement mechanisms and civil criminal penalties? Did you have other? I thought I heard others. Okay, good. So we've moved, in essence, we've moved that larger sentence at the end, incorporated into that there, and then we made the little deletion of the two. Anything else? Yes, please.
Point of maybe information, I'm not sure. The period after data should not be included in the blue.
I don't know if this is parliamentary. I was getting, wow. Okay. Okay, good.
Would that be a friendly amendment? Like maybe
It's acceptable. Okay, good. Members, the amendment before you is to strike that last sentence, also to strike the word to, and add the with enforcement mechanism and civil criminals up to the point there it is in yellow. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. That amendment's adopted.
I move we accept the language as it is on the screen.
Do I have a second? Members, the motion is to adopt the language as is presented on the screen. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. It's adopted. Members, I have 2:42. I believe we need to recess for now, and we're going to come back in, as I understand, at 4 p.m. No? Wow, thank you. I was checking to see if anybody was listening earlier. Okay, so 6 p.m. We will come back in to, we will not adjourn. We will convene at 6 p.m.
Well, that is
6 p.m.
That's the work of the committee. It is done until 6 p.m. And until then, this is Bunker Bob. We will see you then. Blessings, and see you soon.